Hello, my friends. Welcome back to History for Sleep. It's late now, isn't it? The world outside your window has finally begun to quiet. The blue glow of screens has dimmed. The endless notifications have slowed to a gentle trickle. And here you are, seeking something different, something softer, something far removed from the urgent pulse of the modern world. Tonight, I invite you to set all of that aside. Let the weight of today's worries slip from your shoulders like a heavy coat you no longer need to carry. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Feel yourself sinking deeper into your pillow. Your breathing naturally slowing, becoming deeper, more rhythmic. Can you hear that? That gentle silence that surrounds us now? It's the kind of quiet that existed long before car engines and air conditioners, before the constant hum of electricity through our walls. It's an ancient quiet, the kind of silence that settled over small villages at sunset, when the last shepherd had returned home, when the final embers in the cooking fires began to fade to ash. Tonight, we won't speak of great battles that shook the earth, or of political conspiracies that twisted the minds of emperors. Instead, we're going to listen to the story of a city that began as nothing more than a cluster of mud brick huts beside a marshy river. A city that somehow, through the patient accumulation of days and years and centuries, reached out its arms to embrace the entire known world, before eventually, inevitably, tightening those arms until it could no longer breathe. This is the story of Rome. But not the Rome of marble statues and grand speeches. Not the Rome of Hollywood films with their clashing swords and dramatic declarations. Tonight, we'll discover the Rome that smelled of cooking bread and wood smoke. The Rome where ordinary people woke each morning to the sound of sheep bleating on distant hills, where children played with clay dolls and merchants haggled over the price of olive oil. We'll walk the muddy streets before they were paved with stone. We'll listen to the patient tap-tap-tap of stonemasons working by candlelight, building something that would outlast them by 1,000 years. We'll feel the cool morning mist rising from the Tiber River and hear the gentle splash of women washing clothes on its banks. How is it, do you think, that an idea, a dream, can survive and grow across thousands of years, nurtured by countless generations who never lived to see its full flowering? What makes some places fade into whispers while others echo through eternity? These are the questions that will guide us on our journey tonight. But don't worry about finding answers. Let the questions themselves become like a soft current, carrying you deeper into rest, deeper into the ancient rhythms of a world that moved more slowly, more deliberately than our own. If you enjoy these nighttime journeys through history, I hope you'll consider subscribing to our channel. Your support helps us continue creating these peaceful explorations of the past. But for now, Simply find the most comfortable position you can. Pull your blanket a little higher. Let your body settle completely into the embrace of your bed. Breathe in slowly, hold it, and release. Feel yourself becoming lighter with each breath, as if you're floating backwards through time itself, leaving behind the weight of centuries, drifting toward a simpler world where time was measured not in minutes and seconds, but in the rising and setting of the sun, the changing of seasons, the patient turning of the years. Listen, can you hear it? The faint crackling of a small fire somewhere in the distance, the whisper of wind moving through ruins that haven't been built yet, through buildings that will one day crumble back to dust, the soft footsteps of people who lived and loved and dreamed in a world so different from ours, yet somehow, in the quiet spaces of the heart, exactly the same. Let these sounds wash over you like warm water. Let them carry you gently downstream, away from the rushing urgency of now, toward the patient, ancient rhythms of then. We have all night ahead of us, all the time in the world to explore the forgotten corners of an empire that began with mud and ended with memory. So settle in, dear listener. Close your eyes. Let your breathing deepen and slow. The past is waiting for us, patient as stone, gentle as falling leaves. And we have nowhere else to be. Picture, if you will, a morning in the 8th century before Christ. The mist clings low to the 7 hills beside the Tiber River, and the world is painted in soft grays and pale golds. There are no marble columns here, no grand temples reaching toward the sky. There are only simple people living simple lives, people whose names history has forgotten, but whose daily rhythms laid the foundation for something extraordinary. On the Palatine Hill, the highest of these 7 gentle rises, a small community stirs to life as the first rays of sunlight pierce through the morning fog. These are not warriors or conquerors. They are shepherds and farmers, their hands rough from honest work, their faces weathered by sun and wind. Their world is measured not in the grand sweep of empires, but in the gentle cycle of seasons, the predictable needs of their flocks, the reliable rise and fall of the river that sustains them. Listen. Can you hear the soft bleating of sheep echoing across the hillside? The sound drifts through the morning air like a lullaby, mixing with the distant murmur of the Tiber as it winds its way through the marshy lowlands. A shepherd named Marcus, though his real name is lost to time, pushes aside the leather flap of his hut and steps into the cool dawn air. His home is nothing remarkable. A circular structure, its walls built from wattle and daub, thin branches woven together and covered with a mixture of mud, clay, and straw. The roof is thatched with reeds cut from the riverbank, and a thin wisp of smoke curls from the central opening where last night's fire still glows with dying embers. It's the same type of dwelling his grandfather built, and his grandfather's grandfather before him. Change comes slowly here, measured in generations rather than years. Marcus stretches, feeling the familiar ache in his back from sleeping on a bed of straw and wool. The air carries the rich, earthy scent that follows a spring rain, petrichor, though he has no word for it. It's the smell of awakening, of life stirring in the soil, of another day beginning in the endless cycle that has sustained his people for countless generations. He breathes deeply, tasting the dampness on his tongue, feeling it settle in his lungs like a gentle blessing. Around him, other shepherds are emerging from their huts, their movements unhurried, their voices low as they greet the morning and each other. There's Gaius, whose sheep always seem to wander furthest from the fold. There's old Quintus, whose joints creak like dry wood, but who still knows every path through the hills. There's young Titus, barely old enough to grow a beard, learning the ancient rhythms from his elders. The sheep know the routine as well as their human companions. They gather instinctively, their woolly bodies pressing together for warmth, their soft bleating creating a constant, soothing murmur that seems to harmonize with the gentle splash of the river below. Marcus runs his hand along the rough wool of his favorite ewe, feeling the lanolin that makes the fleece water resistant, breathing in the earthy, animal warmth that speaks of life and continuity. Their simple breakfast consists of hard cheese made from their goat's milk, its sharp taste balanced by flat bread baked from barley flour. The bread is coarse and dense, nothing like the refined loaves that will one day feed emperors, but it fills the belly and provides strength for the long day ahead. They wash it down with watered wine, the liquid slightly sour, but refreshing, carrying hints of the wild grapes that grow on the hillsides. As the sun climbs higher, burning away the morning mist, Marcus leads his flock down the winding paths toward the river. The sheep move in their ancient pattern, following trails worn smooth by countless hooves over countless years. Each step connects him to his ancestors. Each decision about where to graze, where to rest, where to find water, echoes choices made by shepherds long dead. The Tiber is both friend and enemy, provider and threat. In the dry months, it offers precious water and sweet grass along its banks. But Marcus remembers the stories told by the elders, tales of great floods that swept away huts and drowned livestock, of seasons when the river seemed to breathe like a living thing, expanding and contracting according to its own mysterious will. Today, though, the river runs gentle and clear, its surface catching the sunlight like scattered coins. Small fish dart through the shallows, and water birds call to each other from the reedy margins. The sheep drink deeply, their heads lowered in perfect trust, while Marcus watches the opposite bank for any sign of wolves or raiders from other tribes. This is the rhythm of their days. Wake with the sun, tend the flocks, repair what the weather has damaged, gather around fires in the evening to share simple meals and ancient stories. Their world extends only as far as a day's walk in any direction. Beyond that lies mystery, other tribes, other rivers, other hills where different gods hold sway. They have no grand ambitions, these early Romans. They don't dream of conquest or empire. They simply want their sheep to thrive, their children to survive, their simple shelters to stand against the wind and rain. They want the river to stay within its banks, the seasons to come in their proper order, and the gods to look kindly upon their humble offerings. Yet something stirs in this simple place, something that will outlive them all. Perhaps it's in the way they work together to build a common defense against wolves. Perhaps it's in how they settle disputes with words rather than spears, how they welcome strangers with cautious hospitality, how they remember their dead with respect rather than fear. They cannot know it, these peaceful shepherds, but they are planting seeds in ground that will prove remarkably fertile, seeds that will grow into roads and laws, into aqueducts and amphitheaters, into an idea that will span continents and centuries. But for now, they are simply people living simple lives beside a muddy river, their greatest concerns no larger than the welfare of their flocks and the coming of the next season. As evening approaches and the sheep begin their slow journey back up the hill, Marcus pauses to look back at the Tiber. The water runs gold in the setting sun, and for a moment, just a moment, he can almost see something in its depths. Not a vision, exactly, but a feeling, a sense that this place, this ordinary place where ordinary people live ordinary lives, is somehow special, somehow chosen. He shakes his head and smiles at his own fancy. Tomorrow will bring the same routines, the same simple pleasures and small concerns. And that, he thinks as he follows his sheep home through the gathering dusk, is exactly as it should be. Now, imagine yourself as one of those early builders. Not a grand architect with scrolls of blueprints, but a simple mason whose world is measured in the weight of stones and the rhythm of your hammer. Your hands are already rough from years of work, your back permanently curved from bending over your craft. You wake before dawn, not to build monuments to glory, but to construct something far more humble and infinitely more important: protection. You push yourself up from your straw mattress, feeling the familiar ache in your shoulders. Outside your hut, the world is still wrapped in the soft gray of pre-dawn, and the air carries the cool dampness that settles over the hills each night. But today feels different. Today, you and your neighbors will begin something new. something that will define the boundary between us and them, between safety and the unknown dangers that lurk beyond the familiar paths. The decision to build a wall wasn't born from ambition or conquest. It came from fear, the practical, reasonable fear of people who had worked too hard for what little they possessed to lose it to raiders or wild animals. You've heard the stories from travelers: villages burned, livestock stolen, families scattered to the winds. The elders speak in hushed tones about the wolf packs that grow bolder each winter, and the bands of desperate men from distant hills who view your thriving community with hungry eyes. So you take up your tools. The hammer feels familiar in your grip, its wooden handle worn smooth by countless days of use. The bronze chisel, precious metal shaped by the village smith, gleams dully in the morning light. These are the instruments of creation, not destruction. Though the line between the two sometimes blurs like mist, your first task is to find the stone. Fortunately, the gods have been generous here. The hills around your settlement are rich with tufa, a soft, volcanic rock that cuts easily but hardens when exposed to air. You and your fellow builders make your way to the quarry site, a natural depression where the tufa lies close to the surface, waiting to be awakened from its million-year sleep. The work begins with the scrape of shovels against earth, the careful removal of soil and roots to expose the pale stone beneath. Tufa has a peculiar quality. When freshly cut, it's almost as soft as hardened mud, yielding to your tools like butter to a warm knife. But leave it in the sun and air for a few days, and it transforms into something approaching the hardness of granite. You kneel beside a promising section of stone, running your fingers along its surface. The tufa feels cool and slightly gritty, with a texture not unlike coarse sand. When you tap it with your hammer, it produces a dull, hollow sound, quite different from the sharp ring of harder stones. This is good material, easy to work with, but destined to become strong. The rhythm of quarrying soon establishes itself. Tap, tap, tap goes your chisel, each strike carefully placed to split the stone along its natural grain. The sound echoes across the hillside, joining with the similar sounds of your neighbor's tools to create a strange, syncopated music. Tap, tap, pause, tap. Tap, tap, pause, tap. The rhythm is almost hypnotic, a steady heartbeat of human industry that seems to match the pulse of the earth itself. Stone dust rises in small clouds with each strike, coating your hands and arms with a fine gray powder that gets into everything: your hair, your clothes, the corners of your eyes. You learn to work with the wind at your back when possible, to tie a cloth over your nose and mouth during the dustiest work. The taste of stone becomes as familiar as the taste of bread. Each block must be shaped carefully. Too small, and it won't provide adequate strength. too large and it becomes impossible to lift and position. You develop an eye for the perfect size, learning to read the stone's hidden weaknesses and strengths. Some pieces split cleanly with a single, well-placed blow. Others require patient coaxing, dozens of gentle taps to convince them to part along the desired line. As the days pass, your pile of cut stones grows. Each block represents hours of careful work, and you find yourself developing an almost paternal relationship with them. This one, with the interesting vein of darker mineral running through it, will go in a prominent spot where visitors will see it. That one, slightly irregular but perfectly functional, will find its place in a less visible section. The actual construction begins with ceremony. The village priest, a thin man with knowing eyes, sprinkles wine and grain upon the ground where the first stone will be laid. He mutters prayers to gods whose names are already ancient, asking for their blessing upon this enterprise. The words are half lost in the morning breeze, but their intent is clear. May this wall stand strong. May it protect those within. May it harm none who come in peace. You lift the first stone, surprisingly heavy despite its softness, and position it carefully in the shallow trench that marks the wall's foundation. The stone settles with a solid thunk, and somehow that simple sound seems to echo with significance. This is the beginning. This is the moment when your community takes its first concrete step toward permanence, toward proclaiming its right to exist in this particular place. More stones follow. Your neighbors work beside you, their movements falling into the same patient rhythm. Lift, position, check for level, adjust, move on. There's no hurry here, no deadline except the changing of the seasons. The wall will be built at the pace of careful craftsmanship, stone by stone, day by day. As the sun climbs higher, the work becomes a meditation. Your mind empties of everything except the immediate demands of the task. The weight of the stone in your hands, the slight adjustments needed to make each piece fit perfectly with its neighbors. The satisfaction of seeing a straight, solid line emerge from your efforts. This wall isn't tall, barely as high as your chest when completed. It's not meant to stop armies or withstand sieges. It's simply meant to say, clearly and permanently, here we are, here we belong, here we intend to stay. It's a wall built from hope rather than hatred, from the desire to protect rather than to dominate. By evening, when the work stops and you return to your hut, your hands are scraped and dusty. Your back aches more than usual, but there's a deep satisfaction in your chest. Behind you, the first section of wall stands solid and straight, its pale stones already beginning their slow transformation from soft tufa to enduring granite. You don't know it yet, but you've just taken part in something that will echo through the ages. This simple wall, built by simple people for simple reasons, is the first step in a journey that will span continents and centuries. But for now, it's enough that it's there, a modest barrier between your community and the uncertain world beyond. Tomorrow, you'll add more stones, and the day after that, still more. Stone by stone, the wall will grow, and with it, the idea of Rome. You've grown accustomed to the mud, haven't you? For as long as you can remember, every journey beyond your settlement has meant sinking ankle deep into the thick, sucking earth that seems determined to claim your sandals with every step. The paths between villages are rivers of brown slurry in winter, clouds of choking dust in summer, and always, always treacherous underfoot. But imagine this moment. You're walking the same route you've traveled 100 times before, the familiar path that connects your hill to the next settlement over. Your feet know every rut, every stone, every place where the water pools after rain. You're lost in thought, perhaps planning your trade for the day. How much grain to exchange for that bronze knife the smith promised, when suddenly something changes beneath your feet. The soft give of earth disappears. Instead, there's something solid, something that doesn't shift or slide or try to swallow your foot. You stop, surprised, and look down. There, where yesterday there was only a muddy track, lies a flat stone. And beyond it, another and another. You kneel and place your palm against the nearest stone. It's perfectly flat on top, its surface worn smooth as river glass. The sides are cut with precision, each edge meeting its neighbor so closely that you can barely slip a blade of grass between them. The stone is warm from the sun, and when you tap it with your knuckles, it rings with a clear, solid sound that speaks of permanence. This is your first encounter with what will later be called the Via Appia, though right now it's simply a miracle of fitted stones that transforms the simple act of walking from an ordeal into a pleasure. You stand and take a tentative step, then another. The sound of your footsteps changes completely. No longer the squelch and suck of mud, but a clear, confident tap, tap, tap that echoes slightly off the stone. The difference is extraordinary. Where once each step required effort and attention, now you can walk without looking down, without constantly judging the stability of the ground ahead. Your pace quickens naturally, and you realize that a journey that once took half a day might now be completed in mere hours. More than that, you can walk cleanly, no mud caked on your legs, no constant scraping of your sandals against rocks to clean them. As you continue down this miraculous new path, You notice other changes. The stones are laid with a subtle crown in the center, so rainwater runs off to either side instead of pooling on the surface. Small drainage channels, lined with more cut stone, carry water away from the road entirely. Someone has thought of everything, planned for every season, every weather. But the road is only half of the transformation taking place in your world. The other half flows hidden beneath your feet, invisible but no less revolutionary. You remember the old routine of fetching water. Every morning, you or someone from your household would make the journey down to the Tiber, carrying clay jars on your shoulders. The river water was adequate, often muddy, sometimes carrying strange tastes that spoke of whatever the upstream settlements had been doing. During the dry months, you had to walk farther and farther to find flowing water clean enough to drink. But now, something extraordinary has begun to happen. In the center of your growing settlement, where the main paths converge, workers have built a simple stone basin. From a bronze spout set into its side, clear water flows in a steady stream, day and night, without cease. The first time you cup this water in your hands and drink, the difference is startling. Gone is the muddy taste of river water, the slight grittiness that you'd learn to ignore. This water is clean, clear, with a faint mineral taste that speaks of deep springs and underground streams. It's cold, even on the hottest summer days, carrying with it the coolness of hidden places far from the sun. You ask the workers where this water comes from, but their answer seems impossible. They speak of a channel, they say, that runs from springs in the distant hills. But you see no channel, no river, no aqueduct spanning valleys with mighty arches. Where is this magical source? The truth, they explain, lies beneath your feet. Deep underground, deeper than any well, a carefully constructed tunnel carries water from those distant springs directly to your settlement. The tunnel is lined with stone, sealed with waterproof mortar, and angled with mathematical precision so that the water flows by gravity alone across 16 miles of hidden passage. 16 miles of tunnel, carved through solid rock and earth by teams of workers with nothing but hand tools and unwavering determination. 16 miles of engineering so precise that water flows steadily from beginning to end, neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining just the right pressure to emerge cleanly at its destinations. You try to imagine the work involved, the endless digging, the careful measurement of angles, the transport of materials through narrow underground passages lit only by oil lamps. Men working in shifts around the clock, some digging forward, others carrying away the excavated earth and stone, still others lining the finished sections with cut stone and mortar. And all of this effort, this monumental achievement of engineering and organization, remains completely invisible to the people it serves, unlike the road, which proclaims its presence with every step. The Aqua Appia, as it will one day be known, performs its miracle in absolute silence and secrecy. You place your ear to the ground near the fountain and listen carefully. Far below, so faint you might be imagining it, comes the whisper of flowing water. Your secret river, your hidden lifeline, carrying its precious cargo from the hills to your cup with the reliability of sunrise. The combination of road and aqueduct transforms everything. Clean water means healthier families, less disease, the possibility of supporting larger populations. Reliable roads mean easier trade, faster communication, the strengthening of bonds between settlements that were once isolated by distance and difficult terrain. Standing by the fountain as evening approaches, watching your neighbors fill their jars with clean, sweet water, you begin to understand that you're witnessing something unprecedented. These aren't just improvements, they're the foundation of a completely new way of life. A way of life that depends not on accepting the limitations of geography and nature, but on overcoming them through human ingenuity and collective effort. The water continues its quiet song, flowing from the bronze spout into the stone basin, then overflowing in a gentle cascade that will find its way, eventually, back to the Tiber. But first, it will serve your community, your family, your future. It will make possible things that haven't even been dreamed of yet. You fill your own jar and begin the walk home, your feet confident on the smooth stones of the road, your water pure and cold despite the warm evening air. Behind you, the fountain continues its patient work, and beneath your feet, the hidden aqueduct carries tomorrow's water through its secret tunnel, reliable as the stars, invisible as hope. These are the true foundations of empire, not conquest or glory, but stone and water. The patient work of making life better. One road and one fountain at a time. The morning sun catches the bronze tablets just so, and for a moment they seem to glow like captured fire. You shield your eyes and step closer, drawn by curiosity to these 12 metal sheets that have appeared overnight in the forum, the central gathering place where paths converge and neighbors meet to trade, to gossip, to settle the small disputes that arise in any community. The tablets are mounted on wooden posts, arranged in a careful line so that anyone who can read, and even those who cannot, might approach and study their contents. The bronze itself is beautiful, warm, and golden in the light, its surface polished to a mirror shine that reflects not only the sun, but the faces of those who gather around it. You are not a scholar or a priest. You are simply a citizen, a person who works with your hands and worries about practical things, the health of your family, the success of your crops. the fairness of the trades you make in the marketplace. But these tablets speak to you in a language you understand, the language of everyday life, of problems that need solving, of rules that make sense. The letters are cut deep into the bronze, filled with black ink to make them easier to read. Each stroke of each letter was carved by skilled hands, and you can imagine the craftsman working late into the night, his bronze stylus tapping steadily against the metal, tap, 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 creating these permanent words that will outlast the wood and stone of the buildings around them. You begin to read slowly, sounding out the words in the careful, measured way of someone for whom reading is still something of a novelty. The first tablet speaks of legal procedures, and the language is so practical, so matter of fact, that it makes you smile. When a person is summoned to court, he must go. If he does not go, witnesses are to be called. Only then may he be seized. How wonderfully straightforward. How different from the old way, when disputes were settled by whoever shouted loudest, or whoever had the strongest friends, or whoever could claim the favor of this god or that. Here, written in permanent bronze, is a simple rule that everyone can understand. If you're called to court, you go. If you don't go willingly, you can be made to go, but only after proper procedures are followed. Around you, other citizens are reading different tablets, their lips moving silently as they work through the words. An old woman runs her finger along the lines of text, nodding to herself as she recognizes the wisdom in what she reads. A young farmer squints at a passage about property boundaries, clearly thinking of some dispute he's having with his neighbor. Children chase each other between the posts, their laughter mixing with the serious murmur of adult voices discussing these new laws. You move to another tablet, this one dealing with family matters. Some of the laws here make you pause, reminding you that you live in a different time, with different customs than those that will come later. There are rules about marriage, about inheritance, about the duties of children to parents. And there, written with the same matter-of-fact clarity as everything else, a law that speaks to the harsh realities of survival in your world. A child born with severe deformities may not be raised. You read this without judgment. It is simply how things are, how they have always been in communities where every mouth must be fed by the labor of strong hands, where the margin between survival and starvation is often narrow. It is not cruelty, but practicality, codified now in bronze so that everyone knows the rules by which your society operates. Other laws reveal the texture of daily life with startling specificity. There are regulations about the width of roads, wide enough for 2 carts to pass, but no wider than necessary, so as not to waste precious farmland. There are rules about where wastewater may be disposed of, clearly the result of neighbors complaining about other neighbors' careless habits. There are precise instructions about debt and payment, about the proper procedure for selling land, about the punishment for cutting down another person's trees. What strikes you most is how practical it all is, how rooted in the real problems of real people. These aren't grand philosophical statements about justice and virtue. They're solutions to the kinds of disputes that arise when people live closely together. Where to build a fence, who owns the fruit from a tree whose branches hang over a property line, what to do when someone's chickens keep getting into someone else's garden. The bronze tablets gleam in the shifting light as clouds pass over the sun. You notice how the metal has been treated to resist weathering. These laws are meant to last, to be read by your children and your children's children. The very permanence of the material makes a statement. These rules are not subject to the whims of whoever happens to be in charge this year. They are fixed, dependable, as solid as the bronze on which they're written. There's something deeply comforting about this. For the first time in your life, you know exactly where you stand, what's expected of you, what you can expect from others. If your neighbor's goat damages your crops, you don't have to wonder what might happen when you complain. The law is written right here, clear as daylight, permanent as metal. But there's also something slightly unsettling about it. These laws represent a new kind of power, a power that doesn't depend on personal relationships or traditional agreements. They create a world where written words carry more weight than spoken promises, where abstract rules matter more than individual circumstances. As the day wears on, crowds continue to gather around the tablets. Some people read them multiple times, memorizing passage that particularly concern them. Others debate the meaning of certain phrases, arguing about interpretation and application. A few scribes make copies on wax tablets, taking the laws back to their households or workshops to study more carefully. The afternoon light slants across the bronze surfaces, creating new patterns of reflection and shadow. The constant murmur of voices reading, discussing, questioning creates a sound like distant water, a gentle backdrop to the serious business of understanding these new rules that will govern your lives. You read through several tablets completely, then return to ones that particularly interest you. There's something almost meditative about the process. The way the formal language of the law requires slow, careful attention. Each word carries weight. Each phrase has been chosen with precision. As evening approaches and the light begins to fade, you realize that something fundamental has changed in your world. These bronze tablets represent more than just a collection of rules. They represent the idea that a community can be governed by reason rather than force. by agreed upon principles rather than the arbitrary will of the powerful. The bronze catches the last rays of sunlight, throwing back a warm glow that seems to promise stability, fairness, predictability. Tomorrow, you'll return to read more carefully the sections that apply to your particular circumstances. Tonight, you'll go home with the satisfaction of knowing that your world has become a little more orderly, a little more just, one bronze tablet at a time. In the growing darkness, the tablets stand like silent sentinels, their metal surfaces cooling in the night air, their carved words ready to serve justice to anyone who seeks it, as permanent and reliable as the stars themselves. You are 17 years old, and your name is Lucius. Your hands are still soft from youth, your back straight and strong, unbent by years of labor. You stand in the morning light outside the recruitment tent, fidgeting with the hem of your rough wool tunic, trying to look older than your years. Around you, other young men shift nervously, some boasting loudly about their strength and courage, others, like you, maintaining a careful silence. You haven't come here seeking glory or adventure. Those are luxuries for the sons of wealthy families, boys who can afford to dream of heroic deeds and poets singing their names. You're here because of a promise, a contract as solid and practical as any trade agreement. 25 years of service in exchange for land, citizenship, and a pension that will keep you fed in your old age. The recruiting officer is a weathered man whose scars tell stories of campaigns in distant lands you can barely pronounce. His eyes move over you appraisingly, noting the breadth of your shoulders, the steadiness of your stance, the calluses on your hands that speak of honest work. He nods once, curtly, and you raise your right hand to swear the oath that will define the next quarter century of your life. The transformation begins immediately. Gone are your civilian clothes, replaced by the standard issue that marks you as property of the Roman state. The tunic is coarse red wool, practical rather than comfortable, cut for durability rather than style. Over this goes the lorica segmentata, strips of steel bound with leather, designed to deflect sword blows and arrow points while still allowing freedom of movement. But it's the weight that surprises you most. Each piece of equipment has been carefully calculated, tested by generations of soldiers who carried it before you. The scutum, your shield, is 4 feet tall and curved to deflect blows away from your body. Made of layers of wood, glued together and covered with leather, reinforced with bronze fittings, it weighs nearly 22 pounds. In battle, it will save your life. On the march, it will feel like it's trying to kill you. Your gladius hangs at your right side, its blade short and straight, designed for thrusting rather than slashing. The weapon feels balanced in your grip, but its true value lies not in its individual excellence, but in how it works as part of a system. Used in coordination with your shield, your training, and the shields and swords of the men beside you. Then there's your pack. The Romans call it a sarsena, and it contains everything you'll need to survive on campaign. Cooking pot, spoon, cup, cloak, spare tunic, needle and thread for repairs, rations for 3 days, and your share of the tent you'll sleep in. Added to this are the tools that mark every legionary as part engineer, part soldier: pickaxe, shovel, turf cutter, and the wooden stakes you'll use to build a defensive camp every single night of your service. The total weight of your equipment approaches 60 pounds. It hangs from your shoulders, presses against your hips, changes the way you walk and stand and breathe. Your body will adapt. It has no choice. But for now, every step is a conscious effort. Every mile, a small victory against the tyranny of gravity and poorly distributed weight. Your first lesson comes not in sword work or formation fighting, but in walking. Hour after hour, day after day, you learn the rhythm of the legion on the march. 20 miles on a normal day, 25 when speed is required, 30 in emergencies that test the limits of human endurance. Your feet, soft from civilian life, blister and bleed inside your caligie, the hobnailed military sandals that will carry you across continents. The sound of the legion on the march becomes the soundtrack of your life. Thousands of caligae striking stone in near-perfect unison create a rhythm like thunder, like a giant heartbeat that can be heard for miles. Clink, clink, clink goes the metal fittings of your armor with each step. Creak, groan, creak protests the leather straps that hold your pack. And underneath it all, the steady breathing of 6,000 men moving as one organism across the face of the earth. The roads beneath your feet become as familiar as the lines of your own palm. Roman engineers have carved highways through mountains, bridged rivers, built causeways across marshes. Every road is constructed to the same exacting standards. Foundation of large stones, layers of smaller stones and gravel. Finally, the precisely fitted stone slabs that ring under your hobnails like struck metal. Walking becomes meditation. Your mind empties of everything except the immediate demands of the march. Maintaining your position in formation. Watching for the hand signals that ripple back from the centurions. Adjusting your pace to match the man in front of you. Miles pass in a haze of repetitive motion, the landscape scrolling by like scenes painted on a wall. You learn to sleep on the ground, to wake instantly at the sound of the bucina. the military horn that divides your days into measured segments. Every evening, regardless of weather or exhaustion, the Legion stops and builds a fortified camp. You and your tent mates work together, 8 men, sharing the burden of construction. Dig the ditch, pile the earth into a rampart, plant the pointed stakes, pitch the leather tent in its assigned position within the grid of company streets. The work is backbreaking, especially after a 20-mile march, but it's not optional. No Roman army sleeps undefended, even in friendly territory. The camp is your castle, rebuilt from scratch every single night. A temporary city that springs up wherever the Legion chooses to rest. Your rations are simple but adequate. Hardtack that must be soaked in water or wine to become edible. Salt pork that tastes of the barrels it's stored in. Dried vegetables that add bulk, if not flavor, to the stew that bubbles in your cooking pot each evening. The wine is rough and sour, cut with water to prevent drunkenness, but it washes the dust from your throat and helps you forget the ache in your shoulders. Seasons pass in an endless cycle of marching, camping, marching again. Summer brings heat that turns your armor into an oven, sweat that stings your eyes and soaks through every layer of clothing. Winter means cold that seeps through your cloak and turns the water in your drinking cup to ice. Spring and autumn offer brief respites of moderate weather, gifts to be treasured during the long months of discomfort that bracket them. You adapt because you must. Your soft civilian hands develop thick calluses where the sword grip rubs, where the shield handle presses, where the pack straps cut into your shoulders. Your feet grow tough as leather, able to walk 20 miles over broken ground without complaint. Your back straightens under the constant weight. Your legs grow powerful as tree trunks. But the most profound change is mental. You stop thinking of yourself as Lucius the individual and begin to identify as Lucius the legionary, part of something larger and more enduring than any single person. Your tent mates become closer than brothers. You share everything with them, depend on them for your life. Know their habits and fears and small jokes as intimately as your own. The Legion becomes your family, your city, your world. Its standards are your religion. Its discipline, your moral code. Its success, your personal honor. You march not just for pay or land or citizenship, but because the man beside you is marching. Because the eagle standard glints in the sunlight ahead of you. Because stopping would mean letting down 5,999 other men who have committed their lives to the same impossible promise. Years accumulate like miles, measured in campaigns whose names become part of your identity. Gaul, Germania, Britannia, Distant places that were once just words now live in your memory as mud and blood, and the faces of enemies who fought bravely and died far from home. You've built roads through forests that had never known the sound of human voices, dug siege works around cities whose walls seemed to scrape the sky, forded rivers in flood, while arrows whistled overhead like deadly rain. The boy who enlisted at 17 is gone, replaced by a man whose weathered face maps the geography of empire, whose scars record the price of Roman expansion. 25 years stretch ahead of you still. 25 years of walking and building and fighting for an idea that's larger than any individual, stronger than any single lifetime. You shoulder your pack, adjust the weight of your shield, and take your place in the column. The horn sounds, the eagle standard moves forward, and 6,000 men begin to walk in unison. Somewhere ahead lies another road, another river to cross, another camp to build. The empire advances one step at a time, and you are that step, multiplied by thousands, moving inexorably forward into history. To build a Roman road is to perform surgery upon the earth itself, not the hurried, makeshift path-cutting of armies in retreat, but a deliberate, methodical operation that will outlast empires. You stand at the edge of what will become the Via Flaminia, watching as surveyors stretch their measuring chains across hills and valleys, plotting a line so straight it seems to ignore the natural contours of the landscape entirely. The chief engineer is a man named Gaius Flaminius, though history will remember the road more than the man. He moves across the rough terrain with the confidence of someone who sees not obstacles but problems to be solved. That hill, it will be cut down. That valley, it will be filled. That river, it will be bridged. The road will run straight as an arrow flight from Rome to the Adriatic Sea, because straight roads move legions fastest, and fast-moving legions win wars. But first comes the digging, always the digging. The work begins at dawn, when the air is still cool and the ground hasn't yet baked hard under the summer sun. Hundreds of men, many of them soldiers during the campaigning season's lull, spread out along the surveyed line. Each carries the tools of earth moving: bronze-headed pickaxes, wooden shovels with iron tips, wicker baskets for carrying away the excavated soil. The first cut into the virgin earth produces a sound like a sigh, the soft whisper of metal parting soil that has lain undisturbed since the world was young. Then comes the rhythm of systematic excavation, the chunk of pickaxes biting into packed earth, the scrape of shovels filling baskets, the shuffle of feet as men carry their loads to the growing mounds of displaced soil that line both sides of the emerging roadway. They dig deep, deeper than seems necessary for a simple path. The trench they carve is 4 feet down in some places, 6 feet wide at the bottom, sloping outward toward the top like an inverted triangle. This isn't merely a road they're building. It's a foundation that will support the weight of wagons and marching armies for 1,000 years. The first layer goes in like a puzzle designed by giants. Huge stones, some weighing as much as a horse, are lowered carefully into the bottom of the trench. These aren't cut or shaped. They're selected for how well they fit together naturally. They're irregular surfaces interlocking like the pieces of a child's building blocks. The sound they make when they settle into place is deep and final. The bass note of permanence being established one stone at a time. Between the gaps in these foundation stones, workers pour smaller rocks, filling every void, creating a solid base that water cannot undermine or frost crack apart. The work is slow, methodical, almost meditative in its precision. Each stone must be tested, adjusted, tested again until it sits perfectly stable, ready to bear its share of the enormous weight that will rest upon it. The second layer begins with crushed stone, fragments of harder rock broken to uniform size by men with hammers, working in quarries that ring all day with the percussion of metal on mineral. This layer, called the rudis, goes down in measured lifts, each one compacted by teams of workers using heavy wooden rammers. The sound is rhythmic, hypnotic, thump, thump, thump as the rammers rise and fall, driven by arms that grow stronger each day, compacting the stone until it forms a surface nearly as hard as solid rock. Above this comes a layer of smaller gravel, mixed with clay, the nucleus, they call it, the heart of the road. This mixture is worked wet, shaped and smoothed by tools that look more like kitchen implements than construction equipment. The workers move across the surface like sculptors, adding material here, scraping away excess there, creating a crown that will shed water toward the ditches that run along both sides of the roadway. But it's the final layer that transforms utilitarian engineering into something approaching artistry. The stone slabs that will form the road surface are cut from the hardest available rock: basalt, granite, limestone so dense it rings like a bell when struck. Each slab is shaped by master stonecutters who take pride in joints so tight that a knife blade cannot slip between them. The laying of these surface stones is ceremony as much as construction. Each slab weighs hundreds of pounds and must be positioned with absolute precision. Teams of men use wooden levers and bronze crowbars to shift each piece into its exact position, adjusting and readjusting until the surface is perfectly level, perfectly aligned, perfectly fitted to its neighbors. The sound of a completed Roman road is unlike anything else in the world. When the first cart rolls across the finished surface, its wooden wheels produce a steady rumble that carries for miles. Not the jarring clatter of wheels on cobblestones, but a smooth, continuous song that speaks of surfaces so precisely fitted that they might have been carved from a single enormous rock. Horses' hooves ring against the stone like struck metal, each step creating a clear, sharp note that echoes off the surrounding hills. Marching soldiers produce their own rhythm, the synchronized percussion of thousands of hobnailed sandals striking stone in perfect unison, a sound like thunder that announces the approach of Roman power long before the legion itself appears. But the road serves more than military purposes. In the early morning hours, you might encounter merchants driving ox carts loaded with amphora of wine and oil. The ceramic vessels clinking gently against each other as the wheels roll over joints so smooth they're barely perceptible. The merchants themselves seem different from their counterparts who still struggle with muddy traditional paths, more confident, more prosperous, able to plan journeys with the precision of clockwork because they know exactly how long it will take to travel any given distance. By midday, the road carries official messengers on horseback, their leather satchels filled with dispatches from governors and generals scattered across the growing empire. These men can cover distances that would have been impossible on the old paths, maintaining speeds that compress space and time, making the empire seem smaller and more manageable with every mile of stone laid down. As evening approaches, you might see families traveling together, something that would have been unthinkably dangerous on the wilderness paths of earlier generations. Children walk safely beside parents. Grandparents ride in carts without fear of being jolted to pieces by rough terrain. The road has made travel not just faster and more reliable, but democratized it, opened it to people who could never have attempted such journeys before. At night, when traffic dwindles to occasional late travelers, the road takes on an almost mystical quality. Moonlight turns the stone surface into a ribbon of pale silver stretching toward horizons invisible in the darkness. The silence is profound, not the dead quiet of empty wilderness, but the expectant hush of a pathway that knows it will resume its vital work with tomorrow's dawn. Sometimes, if you press your ear to the stone surface in the deep hours of the night, you can almost hear the road's future, the rumble of wheels not yet built, the footsteps of travelers not yet born, the whispered conversations of merchants discussing goods from lands not yet discovered. The road waits patiently for all of it, as permanent as the hills it cuts through, as enduring as the empire it serves. This is how Rome binds its conquests together, not just with laws and legions, but with stone pathways that make distance irrelevant and isolation impossible. Each road is a permanent argument for Roman civilization, a daily demonstration that human engineering can improve upon nature, that careful planning and patient labor can create something approaching perfection. The Via Flaminia stretches ahead and behind, straight as light, solid as bedrock, carrying the future of the empire one traveler at a time. And somewhere in the distance, always, you can hear the gentle rumble of wheels on stone, the eternal song of a road fulfilling its purpose, connecting what was distant, making permanent what was temporary, binding together an empire with ribbons of precisely fitted stone. Rome is hungry, always hungry, like a great beast that grows larger with each feeding. The city consumes more than the 7 hills around it could ever produce. 1,000,000 mouths open each morning, expecting bread. 1,000,000 throats grow thirsty as the day wears on, craving wine and oil and the countless other necessities that make urban life possible. And so the ships come, endless processions of vessels carrying the bounty of 3 continents toward the ever-demanding maw of the capital. You stand on the docks at Alexandria, the greatest port of Egypt, watching as workers load the grain ship Isis for another voyage to Rome. She's enormous, nearly 200 feet from bow to stern, her hold capable of carrying 1,200 tons of precious wheat. The ship sits low in the water, her hull straining under the weight of cargo that will feed the Roman masses for days. The loading process is a symphony of organized chaos. Hundreds of stevedores move in careful choreography, carrying leather sacks of grain up the wooden gangplanks in an endless human chain. Each sack contains enough wheat to make bread for a family for a week, and thousands of these sacks disappear into the Isis's cavernous hold, like offerings to some vast, invisible god. The grain itself is beautiful in its abundance. Golden wheat from the fertile Nile Delta, each kernel plump with the promise of bread. As the sacks are loaded, some inevitably split or tear, spilling their contents onto the dock in small pyramids of gold. The air fills with grain dust that catches the sunlight, creating halos around the workers' heads as they labor in the Egyptian heat. But wheat is only part of the cargo. Alongside the grain, workers carefully position hundreds of amphorae, tall, 2-handled ceramic jars that have become the shipping containers of the ancient world. These vessels, each standing nearly as tall as a man, contain the liquid necessities of Roman life. Wine from Spain, olive oil from Tunisia, garum, the fermented fish sauce that Romans consider essential to proper cooking, from factories along the Atlantic coast. The amphorae themselves are works of art, their surfaces marked with stamps and inscriptions that tell stories of distant producers and far-flung trade networks. This one bears the mark of a vineyard in Baetica, where Spanish winemakers have perfected the art of preserving their product for long sea voyages. That one carries the seal of an olive grove in Africa, where trees planted by Phoenician colonists centuries ago still produce oil of legendary quality. As the ship is loaded, the amphorae create their own music, a constant, gentle clinking as they settle against each other in the hold. The sound is almost musical, like wind chimes made of ceramic, a percussion section for the greater symphony of maritime commerce that connects the empire's far-flung provinces. Captain Marcus Aurelius, not the emperor, just a sailor who shares the name, supervises the loading with the practiced eye of a man who has made this journey dozens of times. He knows exactly how to balance the cargo, how to distribute the weight so that the Isis will ride properly in all types of weather. Too much weight forward, and she'll plow through waves instead of riding over them. Too much aft, and her steering will become sluggish in the variable winds of the Mediterranean. The smell of the ship changes as cargo accumulates. The clean, salty tang of empty holds gives way to a rich mixture of scents. The earthy sweetness of grain, the fruity complexity of wine, the clean, almost metallic smell of olive oil, and underlying it all, the slightly funky aroma of garum that somehow manages to be both appetizing and repulsive at the same time. As the Isis prepares to depart, you can feel the anticipation in the air. The crew, a mixture of Greeks, Egyptians, and Romans, moves with the efficient purpose of the men who know their lives depend on each other and their ship. They've loaded not just cargo, but responsibility. The food that will prevent riots in Rome, the luxuries that make life bearable for the urban masses, the basic necessities that hold the empire together. The voyage from Alexandria to Rome takes 2 weeks in good weather, longer if the winds are contrary. You join the ship as a passenger, a merchant returning to Rome with contracts for next season's grain purchases. Your cabin is tiny, barely large enough for a narrow bunk and a small chest for your belongings. But from your porthole, you can watch the endless blue of the Mediterranean roll past, broken only by the occasional island or distant sail. The motion of the ship takes getting used to. The Isis is heavily loaded, which makes her stable, but also means she moves through the water with a ponderous, rolling motion that never quite stops. Everything creaks constantly, the wooden hull flexing with each wave, the rigging singing in the wind, the cargo shifting slightly with each roll despite the careful bracing that holds it in place. Meals aboard ship are simple but filling. The crew eats hardtack softened with wine, salt pork that has been preserved in brine, and dried fish that provides protein if not flavor. But sometimes, when the weather is calm and the risk of fire is minimal, the cook manages to prepare hot meals using grain from the cargo hold. Thick porridge seasoned with olive oil and herbs filling and warming on cool evenings when the wind picks up. The nights at sea are profound in their darkness and silence. With no lights visible on the horizon, the stars shine with an intensity impossible to see from land. The crew navigates by these stars, their knowledge passed down through generations of sailors who learned to read the sky like a map. The Southern Cross points toward Africa, Polaris toward the cold north, and between them lies the route to Rome. Storms, when they come, transform the ship into a world of barely controlled chaos. The Isis lurches and rolls, her timbers groaning under stresses they were never designed to bear. Cargo shifts and settles with thunderous crashes, and everyone aboard holds their breath, hoping the careful balance of weight and buoyancy will see them through another crisis. But most days are peaceful, marked by the steady rhythm of waves against the hull and the gentle creaking of wood under sail. Flying fish leap from wave to wave, their silver sides flashing in the sunlight. Dolphins sometimes pace the ship, riding the bow wave like aquatic escorts. And always, the cargo holds its silent vigil below decks. Thousands of tons of the Empire's sustenance riding toward its destination. When the Isis finally reaches Ostia, Rome's port city at the mouth of the Tiber, the unloading begins immediately. The grain is transferred to smaller river barges that can navigate the 20 miles up the Tiber to Rome itself. The amphorae, however, face a different fate. At Monte Testaccio, on the outskirts of Rome, something extraordinary has been happening for centuries. As each shipment of wine and oil arrives, the empty amphorae are not reused. Clay vessels are too fragile and heavy to make the return journey economically viable. Instead, they are systematically broken and their fragments piled in carefully organized layers. What has resulted is perhaps the most impressive garbage dump in human history. Monte Testaccio, the hill of potsherds, stands nearly 200 feet high and covers several acres. It is composed entirely of broken amphorae, an estimated 53 million ceramic vessels that once carried the liquid necessities of Roman life from every corner of the Mediterranean world. Walking through the area around Monte Testaccio is like traversing an archaeological wonderland. Every step produces the crunch of broken pottery underfoot. The ground is literally carpeted with fragments bearing the marks of producers from Spain, Africa, Greece, and Gaul. Each broken piece represents a journey completed, a cargo delivered, a small link in the vast chain of commerce that feeds the empire. The scale is staggering. 53 million amphorae represents perhaps 2 billion gallons of wine and oil consumed in Rome over the centuries. Each jar required clay from distant sources, skilled potters to shape it, kilns to fire it, and ships to transport it. The mountain of broken pottery is a monument to consumption on a scale that won't be seen again until the industrial age. But it's also a monument to efficiency. The Roman system of maritime trade has developed into something approaching perfection. Ships designed specifically for bulk cargo, ports organized for rapid loading and unloading, distribution networks that can move goods from the docks to the dinner tables of a million Romans with minimal waste and maximum speed. As evening falls over Monte Testaccio, the broken pottery catches the last rays of sunlight, creating a landscape that sparkles like scattered jewels. The mound stands as mute testimony to Rome's appetite, to the empire's ability to reach across oceans and continents to satisfy the needs of its citizens, to the patient work of countless merchants, sailors, and laborers who make urban civilization possible. Somewhere in the distance, another grain ship is being loaded in Alexandria. Another cargo of amphorae is being prepared in Spanish vineyards. Another link is being forged in the endless chain that connects the empire's extremities to its heart. Rome sleeps, but the world works to feed it. And tomorrow, as always, the bread will be baked, the wine will flow, and the great machine of empire will continue its patient work of turning the world's abundance into the sustenance of civilization. You hear it long before you see it, a sound like distant thunder rolling across the 7 hills, growing stronger with each passing moment. From your position in the crowd, gathered along the Via Triumphalis, press shoulder to shoulder with thousands of other Romans who have risen before dawn to claim their spots. The approaching celebration sounds like the voice of the city itself, swelling with pride and anticipation. The first notes reach you as a whisper of brass carried on the morning breeze. Somewhere beyond the curve of the sacred road, military trumpets are announcing the approach of something magnificent, something that happens perhaps once in a generation, a full triumph, the highest honor the Roman Senate can bestow upon a victorious general. The sound of those distant horns sends a shiver through the crowd, a collective intake of breath from 50,000 voices preparing to witness history. You've been standing here since before sunrise, having fought your way through the narrow streets while the city was still dark and quiet. Your feet ache, your back is stiff, and the person beside you keeps stepping on your toga. But none of that matters now. This is why you came, not just to see the spectacle, but to be part of it, to add your voice to the great roar of approval that will greet Rome's conquering hero. The crowd around you is a cross-section of the entire city. Well-dressed senators in their striped togas stand next to shopkeepers in simple tunics. Wealthy matrons jostle for position alongside freed slaves who have closed their workshops for the day. Children perch on their fathers' shoulders, eyes wide with excitement at the promise of wonders they've only heard described in whispered stories. As the sound of trumpets grows stronger, Other voices join the symphony. You can hear the rhythmic chanting of soldiers, though the words are still too distant to make out. There's the jingling of harness and armor, the creak of wheels on stone, and underneath it all, a sound that makes your skin prickle. The roar of the crowd that has been following the procession from its starting point outside the city walls. The anticipation is almost unbearable. Vendors move through the crowd selling cups of watered wine and chunks of bread, but few people are interested in food. Everyone strains forward, trying to catch the first glimpse of the approaching triumph. Mothers lift their children higher. Young men climb onto the bases of statues, and even the elderly push forward with surprising vigor, determined not to miss a moment of the spectacle. Then, finally, around the bend in the road, you see them. First come the trumpeters, their bronze instruments gleaming in the morning sun. They march in perfect formation, their music creating a wall of sound that seems to push the very air ahead of it. The notes are martial, proud, designed to announce to the world that Rome has once again proven its dominance over its enemies. Behind the musicians march the senators, their white togas brilliant in the sunlight, their faces grave with the solemnity of the occasion. They carry themselves with the dignity of men who govern the world, but even they seem subdued by the magnitude of what they're witnessing. Some nod to acquaintances in the crowd, but most keep their eyes fixed straight ahead, conscious of their role as representatives of Roman dignity and power. The crowd's murmur builds to a roar as the first of the captured treasures comes into view. Carts loaded with golden vessels, silver statues, precious gems, and exotic weapons roll slowly down the stone road. The wealth of conquered nations glitters in the sun, each item a testimony to Roman superiority, a physical manifestation of the empire's ever-expanding reach. But it's the prisoners who truly capture the crowd's attention. They walk in chains, their heads bowed, their exotic clothing and strange weapons marking them as representatives of distant lands brought low by Roman arms. Some are kings and chieftains, men who once commanded armies and ruled nations, now reduced to walking advertisements for Roman power. Their dignity in defeat is somehow both admirable and heartbreaking. They maintain their composure even as they face the jeers and taunts of the Roman mob. Children in the crowd point and stare at these foreign captives, their young minds struggling to comprehend that these beaten men were once the terror of their own peoples. Women weep, whether from joy at Roman victory or pity for the defeated. It's impossible to say. The older men in the crowd, veterans of previous wars, watch with the knowing eyes of those who understand that these prisoners represent not just conquest, but the individual tragedies of defeat. The sound of the crowd changes as the procession's centerpiece finally appears. The triumphator himself, standing tall, in a 4-horse chariot that seems to blaze with gold and purple. General Lucius Aemilius Paulus, conqueror of Macedonia, victor over King Perseus, stands like a living statue, his face painted red with minium in imitation of Jupiter himself. His toga is purple, shot through with gold thread, and a crown of laurel leaves sits upon his head like a badge of divine favor. But there's something else in the chariot that catches your attention, something that makes this moment of supreme glory feel suddenly, inexplicably melancholy. Behind the general stands a slave, and in his hands is a second laurel crown, this one held just above the triumphator's head. As the chariot passes your position, you can see the slave's lips moving, and if you listen carefully above the crowd's roar, you can just make out the words he's repeating, over and over, like a prayer or a curse. Memento mori. Remember that you must die. Memento mori. The phrase sends a chill through you despite the warm sunshine. Here, at the very pinnacle of earthly success, surrounded by the tangible proof of his victories, the most powerful man in Rome is being constantly reminded of his mortality. The slave's voice never wavers, never stops, a steady counterpoint to the crowd's jubilation. Memento mori, memento mori. The general's face, painted red and almost mask-like, shows no reaction to these words. But you wonder what thoughts pass through his mind as he stands there, balanced between divine honor and human limitation. Does he think of the men who died to bring him this moment? Does he contemplate his own inevitable end? Or does he simply focus on maintaining his composure in the face of adulation so intense it threatens to overwhelm human understanding? The air around you is thick with the scent of burning incense, carried from the temples where sacrifices are being offered to the gods in thanksgiving for victory. The smell mingles with the dust raised by thousands of feet, the sweat of the packed crowd, and the exotic perfumes worn by the wealthy spectators. It's a heady mixture that seems to embody the complexity of the moment. Triumph and tragedy, glory and mortality, all woven together in one overwhelming sensory experience. As the chariot passes, children throw flower petals that drift down like colored snow. Women lean out of upper windows, calling blessings on the victor. Men cheer until their voices crack, and even the most stoic citizens find themselves caught up in the infectious excitement of the moment. But the slave's voice continues, audible now even above the crowd's roar. Memento mori, memento mori. Following the triumphator come his soldiers, the men who made victory possible. They march with the easy confidence of veterans, their armor polished to mirror brightness, their standards high. But even they participate in the ritual of humility. As they march, they sing ribald songs about their commander verses that would be scandalous in any other context, but are encouraged here as part of the triumph's ancient traditions. Their voices carry crude humor and affectionate mockery, a reminder that even the most exalted general is, in the end, just a man. The procession seems to last forever, yet passes in what feels like moments. Cart after cart of treasures, group after group of prisoners, company after company of victorious soldiers. The sound builds and builds until it seems the very stones of the road might crack under the weight of so much human emotion. And through it all, that steady, quiet voice, memento mori, remember that you must die. As the last soldiers disappear around the next bend, heading toward the capital, where the triumph will culminate in sacrifice to Jupiter, the crowd begins to disperse. Conversations break out immediately, people comparing what they've seen to previous triumphs, debating the value of the captured treasures, discussing the exotic appearance of the foreign prisoners. But you find yourself thinking not of the gold or the glory, but of that slave's voice, that constant reminder of mortality whispered into the ear of absolute power. In a city that worships strength and celebrates conquest, there's something profoundly moving about this ritual acknowledgement of human limitation, this insistence that even the most successful man must remember his ultimate fate. The echo of the triumph fades slowly, the sound of wheels and marching feet replaced by the normal bustle of city life. But long after the last trumpet note has died away, you can still hear it in your mind, that quiet, persistent voice speaking truth to power, reminding even the mightiest Roman that all glory is temporary, all power is borrowed, and all men, whether slaves or emperors, share the same inevitable destination. Memento mori, you whisper to yourself as you make your way home through the crowded streets. And somehow, in this moment of supreme Roman triumph, those words feel not like a curse, but like a blessing, a reminder to cherish each day, to find meaning in small things, to remember that it's not the length of life that matters, but how fully we live whatever time we're given. You do not live in a marble palace. You do not wake to the sound of fountains playing in private courtyards, or to the gentle rustle of silk curtains stirred by morning breezes. You are not wealthy, not powerful, not privileged. You are, like most Romans, ordinary, and ordinary Romans live in insulae. Your home occupies a single room on the fifth floor of a wooden tenement that sways like a ship in strong wind. The building rises 6 stories above the narrow street, each floor built more hastily and cheaply than the one below. Your landlord, a man you've never met, who owns dozens of such properties throughout the city, has packed as many paying tenants as possible into every available space. What matters to him is not comfort, but profit, not safety, but rent collected on time. The room is small, barely 12 feet square, and serves as bedroom, kitchen, workshop, and storage space all at once. There are no windows, only a single opening covered with oiled cloth that provides some protection from rain while allowing a dim approximation of natural light to filter through. In winter, this opening must be covered completely, leaving you in darkness that is broken only by the expensive luxury of oil lamps or candles. You wake not to sunlight, but to noise. The sounds of Rome begin before dawn and continue long after sunset, a constant symphony of urban life that penetrates even the thickest walls. From the street below comes the rumble and crash of ox carts delivering goods to the shops that occupy the ground floor of your building. Roman law forbids wheeled traffic in the city during daylight hours, so all deliveries must be made at night, turning the darkness into a cacophony of wooden wheels on stone, shouting drivers, and lowing oxen. The cart wheels are iron-rimmed and unsprung, designed for durability rather than quiet operation. Each one that passes sounds like thunder, the metal rims striking the stone pavement with percussion that reverberates through the building's wooden frame. Your floor shakes with each heavy wagon, and sometimes, when a particularly overloaded cart passes, you wonder if the entire structure might simply collapse into the street. But the traffic noise is only part of the morning chorus. From the apartments around you come the sounds of dozens of families beginning their daily routines, crying babies, arguing couples, the scrape of furniture being moved, the clatter of clay pots and bronze cooking vessels. The walls between apartments are thin, wood and plaster construction that provides privacy for the eyes but not the ears. You know the intimate details of your neighbors' lives, whether you want to or not. The smell is perhaps worse than the noise. Your building has no running water above the ground floor and no sewage connection at any level. Waste disposal is a constant challenge that most residents solve in the most expedient way possible. Chamber pots are emptied from windows into the street below, creating a persistent odor that rises from the pavement like visible heat. The city has laws against this practice, but enforcement is sporadic and penalties are light enough that most people consider them simply another cost of urban living. From the apartments below, yours comes the smell of cooking, but not the pleasant aromas of well-prepared food. Your neighbors, like you, survive on the cheapest available provisions: stale bread, rancid olive oil, fish sauce that is turned from savory to revolting in the summer heat. When someone burns their porridge, a frequent occurrence when cooking over open flames in cramped quarters, the acrid smoke permeates the entire building. The greatest fear is fire. Your building, like most insulae, is constructed primarily of wood. with thin plaster walls and timber framing that has dried to tinder-like dryness over years of heat and cold. Every cooking fire, every oil lamp, every candle represents a potential catastrophe. You've heard the stories, entire blocks consumed in hours, families trapped on upper floors with no escape except a lethal jump to the street below. There is no municipal fire department, only private firefighting companies that must be paid before they'll lift a finger to save your possessions. The wealthy can afford this protection. The poor watch their homes burn and count themselves lucky if they escape with their lives. At night, you sometimes lie awake listening to the crackle of flames somewhere in the distance, wondering if tonight will be the night that fortune abandons you entirely. Water is another constant concern. There are no pipes serving the upper floors of your building, no aqueduct connections, no indoor plumbing of any kind. Every drop of water you use must be carried up 5 flights of narrow, treacherous stairs. Water for drinking, for cooking, for the minimal washing that hygiene demands. In summer, when the clay jars heat up in your airless room, the water tastes of minerals and algae. In winter, it sometimes freezes solid, leaving you with nothing to drink but expensive wine. The stairs themselves are a daily trial. Narrow, steep, and worn smooth by countless feet, they become slippery when wet and treacherous when crowded. There are no railings, no landings wide enough to rest, no windows to provide light during the climb. You navigate by feel and familiarity, your feet knowing every worn spot, every loose board, every place where the steps sag under the building's weight. Your neighbors are a mixture of the desperate and the determined, freedmen trying to establish themselves in trade, immigrants from the provinces seeking opportunity in the capital, citizens who have fallen on hard times but lack the resources to find better housing. They are not criminals or outcasts, simply people whom fortune has not favored, who work hard for little reward and accept substandard living conditions because the alternatives are worse. Privacy is a luxury you cannot afford. The family in the room next to yours has 6 children who seem to cry in shifts throughout the night. Across the narrow hallway lives a couple whose arguments are so frequent and so loud that you've learned to predict their rhythm. Below you, a freedman operates a small workshop where he repairs leather goods, and the smell of the chemicals he uses seeps through your floor at all hours. The darkness in your room is profound. During the day, the oiled cloth covering your window provides enough light to navigate, but not enough to work by any task requiring precision. At night, you must choose between the expense of lamp oil and the inconvenience of early sleep. Most nights, you choose darkness, lying on your straw mattress in a blackness so complete it seems solid. Listening to the city's endless noise and wondering how many more years you can endure this existence. Yet this is not the bottom of Roman society, far from it. Below your economic class lie the truly desperate, the homeless who sleep in doorways and alleys, the slaves who are property rather than people, the beggars who depend on charity for survival. Your room may be small, dark, and uncomfortable, but it is yours. You pay rent for it. You have legal rights as a tenant, and you can lock the door against the dangers of the street. Sometimes, in the few quiet moments before sleep, you allow yourself to dream of something better. A larger room, perhaps on a lower floor. A building with fewer tenants, less noise, better construction. Maybe even a small house with a courtyard, though such luxuries seem as distant as the emperor's palace. But mostly, you simply endure, day after day, knowing that this is the price of living in the greatest city in the world. Outside, the first vendors are beginning to call their wares in the narrow street below. The scent of fresh bread drifts up from the bakery on the ground floor, temporarily masking the less pleasant odors that dominate your world. You stretch, feeling the familiar ache in your back from sleeping on straw, and prepare to face another day in the vertical village that is your home. This is Rome for the masses, not marble columns and triumph parades, but wooden floors that creak and leak. Neighbors who live too close for comfort, and the constant struggle to maintain dignity in circumstances that seem designed to strip it away. Yet somehow, from these crowded, uncomfortable, dangerous buildings, the empire draws its strength, its population, its future. In the insulae of Rome, ordinary people live ordinary lives that collectively sustain the extraordinary achievement of civilization itself. Your stomach growls, a sound that echoes hollowly in the confines of your small room. You've been awake for hours now, but like most residents of the insulae, you have no kitchen, no cooking fire, no means of preparing even the simplest meal. The risk of fire in these wooden tenements is too great, the space too cramped, the smoke too dangerous in rooms without proper ventilation. So you do what millions of Romans do every day. You go out to eat. The narrow stairway down to the street feels treacherous in the midday light that filters through the building's few windows. Your feet know every worn step, every place where the wood sags under the weight of years and countless footsteps. The sounds of the city grow louder as you descend, the babble of conversation, the cries of street vendors, the constant background hum of a million people going about their daily business. At street level, the contrast with your dark upstairs room is startling. The ground floor of your building houses several shops. Their wide doorways open to the street, their proprietors calling out to passers-by. Here is a fuller who cleans and dyes clothing. There a cobbler whose hammer rings steadily against leather and bronze. The smell of commerce fills the air, wool and dye, leather and oil, the musty scent of grain from the bread shop next door. But it's the thermopolium on the corner that draws you, as it draws dozens of other hungry Romans throughout the day. From half a block away, you can smell the food, a rich, savory aroma that seems to wrap around you like a warm cloak, calling to your empty stomach with promises of satisfaction. The thermopolium is instantly recognizable by its distinctive L-shaped counter, a marvel of practical design that has been refined over generations of feeding working Romans. The counter itself is built of stone and brick, its surface polished smooth by countless hands and elbows. But what makes it special are the large pottery vessels, dolia, that are embedded directly into the stone surface like ceramic wells sunk into the countertop. Each dolium is as large as a wine barrel, its mouth wide enough to accommodate a long-handled ladle. The vessels are sunk deep into the counter so that their contents stay warm throughout the day, heated by small fires that burn beneath the stone surface. Steam rises from the openings, carrying with it the mingled aromas of a dozen different dishes, creating an olfactory symphony that makes your mouth water despite yourself. The proprietor, a stout man named Gaius, whose apron bears the permanent stains of his trade, greets you with the practiced enthusiasm of someone who depends on repeat customers for his livelihood. His face is red from the heat of the cooking fires, and his hands move with the quick efficiency of a man who has served thousands of meals from this same counter. "What will it be today, friend?" he asks, gesturing with his ladle toward the array of steaming vessels. "Fresh lentil porridge, with herbs, or perhaps some chickpea stew? The fish is particularly good today, came in fresh from Ostia this morning." You peer into the dolia, their contents bubbling gently in the warmth. The lentil porridge is thick and brown, studded with pieces of vegetables and herbs that release their fragrance in the rising steam. The chickpea stew looks hearty and filling, its surface dotted with droplets of olive oil that catch the light like tiny golden mirrors. But it's the fish that catches your attention. Chunks of white flesh swimming in a sauce that smells of garlic and wine. The fish, you decide, and Gaius nods approvingly as he plunges his ladle deep into the dolium. The portion he serves is generous, the sauce rich and fragrant, the fish flaking apart at the touch of his ladle. He serves it in a shallow clay bowl, adding a chunk of bread and a small portion of cheese that he cuts from a wheel with a knife worn smooth by daily use. The first taste is a revelation after the stale bread and rancid oil that constitute most of your meals. The fish is salty and firm, its flavor enhanced by the wine and herbs in the sauce. The bread, baked fresh this morning, is still soft enough to soak up the liquid, creating a combination that is both filling and satisfying. Even the cheese, hard and sharp with age, provides a welcome contrast to the richness of the fish. Around you, the thermopolium buzzes with conversation and activity. Construction workers covered in dust and mortar stand elbow to elbow with clerks from nearby offices, their clean tunics marking them as members of the growing middle class. A group of foreign merchants speaks in rapid Greek, gesturing with their hands as they debate some point of business. Near the end of the counter, two old men play dice while they eat, their laughter punctuating the general hubbub of mealtime conversation. The wine, when it comes, is rough and sour, cut with enough water to make it barely alcoholic. But it's wet and cool, and it washes the salt from your throat while adding its own complex flavors to the meal. You can taste the grape varieties, the terroir of whatever hillside vineyard produced it, the wooden barrels it was stored in during its journey to Rome. As you eat, you become aware of the social dimension of the thermopolium. This isn't just a place to consume food, it's a gathering spot, a nexus of neighborhood life where information is exchanged, business is conducted, and friendships are maintained. The proprietor knows most of his customers by name, asks about their families, remembers their preferences. Regular customers linger over their meals, turning what could be a hurried transaction into a social occasion. The warmth of the food spreads through your body, providing not just nourishment, but comfort. After the cold, dark confines of your upstairs room, the thermopolium feels like a haven of civilization. The food is simple but well prepared. The company is congenial, and for a few bronze coins, you can participate in one of the fundamental pleasures of urban life, eating well-prepared food in the company of your fellow citizens. A young woman enters, her hair covered against the dust of the street, her baby wrapped in a sling across her chest. Gaius greets her warmly, already ladling out her usual order before she can speak. She smiles tiredly, counting out her coins with the careful precision of someone for whom every expense must be weighed against necessity. As you finish your meal, scraping the last of the sauce from your bowl with the remains of your bread, you realize that this simple lunch has been one of the highlights of your day. The food has filled your belly, the wine has loosened the tension in your shoulders, and the human contact has reminded you that you are part of something larger than your own small struggles. You place your coins on the counter and nod to Gaius, who is already serving the next customer. The warmth of the meal lingers as you step back into the street. And for a moment, despite the cramped conditions of your room and the challenges of your daily life, you feel almost prosperous. In a city where luxury is reserved for the few, the simple pleasure of a hot meal shared with neighbors represents a kind of wealth that even the emperor cannot improve upon. The thermopolium continues its work behind you, steam rising from its embedded vessels, the proprietor's voice calling out greetings to new customers. It will serve hundreds more meals before the day is done, providing sustenance and community to the ordinary Romans who keep the empire running. One bowl of porridge at a time. The afternoon heat has become oppressive. The narrow streets of Rome, radiating warmth like the inside of an oven. Sweat sticks your tunic to your back, and the dust of the city clings to your skin like a second unwelcome garment. It's time for one of the great pleasures of Roman civilization. A visit to the thermae, the grand public baths that serve as so much more than places to wash. You join the stream of Romans making their way toward the baths of Agrippa, one of the oldest and most magnificent bathing complexes in the city. The building looms ahead like a temple dedicated to the gods of cleanliness and leisure, its brick walls rising to heights that dwarf the surrounding insulae, its arched windows promising cool shade and flowing water within. The entrance fee is modest, just 1 quadrans, the smallest Roman coin, making the baths accessible to all but the very poorest citizens. This democratic pricing is intentional, part of the Roman understanding that public bathing serves not just hygiene, but social cohesion. Here, senators and shopkeepers share the same warm pools, their naked bodies rendering meaningless the distinctions of rank and wealth that dominate life outside. Your first stop is the apoditerium, the changing room that serves as the gateway between the dusty, clothed world outside and the steamy, naked realm within. The space is vast, its vaulted ceiling supported by marble columns that gleam in the light streaming through high windows. Along the walls, niches carved into the stone provide storage for clothing and personal belongings, though you keep your few valuable possessions: a bronze coin, a simple ring, clutched tightly in your hand. The attendant, a Greek slave whose muscled arms speak of years spent managing the physical needs of bathers, helps you disrobe. Your tunic, stiff with sweat and grime, peels away from your skin like old paint, leaving you feeling suddenly vulnerable and oddly liberated. Around you, dozens of other Romans are undergoing the same transformation, their conversations creating a gentle murmur that echoes off the marble walls. From the changing room, you proceed to the tepidarium, the warm room that serves as a transition between the cool air outside and the intense heat that awaits deeper in the complex. Here, the temperature is pleasant, comfortably warm, without being overwhelming. Slaves move silently through the space, offering towels, oils, and strigils, the curved bronze implements that are essential to the Roman bathing process. The tepidarium's atmosphere is dreamlike, filled with a gentle haze of warm, moist air that seems to wrap around your body like silk. The walls are decorated with frescoes depicting mythological scenes: Neptune rising from the waves, nymphs dancing in sacred groves, athletes competing in contests that celebrate the perfection of the human form. The images seem to shimmer in the humid air, as if they might come alive at any moment. But it's in the caldarium, the hot room, that the true magic of the Roman baths reveals itself. The moment you step through the doorway, you're enveloped in a wall of heat so intense it takes your breath away. The air itself seems thick, almost tangible, heavy with moisture that immediately begins to bead on your skin. This is heat as therapy, as luxury, as a fundamental alteration of your relationship with your own body. Steam rises from pools of water so hot they seem to simmer, creating clouds that drift across the vast space like indoor weather. The ceiling disappears into a misty haze, and the walls, lined with marble, heated by the hypocaust system beneath the floor, radiate warmth that penetrates deep into your muscles and bones. Every breath you take feels like drinking liquid comfort. You lower yourself carefully into one of the hot pools. The water so warm it borders on uncomfortable for the first moment before your body adjusts and accepts this alien environment. The sensation is extraordinary, heat that penetrates not just your skin, but seems to reach into your very core, loosening muscles you didn't know were tense, dissolving knots of stress and fatigue that have accumulated over days and weeks of hard living. Around you, other bathers sit in various states of blissful semi-consciousness, their faces flushed with heat, their eyes half closed in contentment. Conversations here are conducted in whispers, as if loud voices might somehow disturb the sacred atmosphere of warmth and moisture. You hear fragments of discussions about business, politics, family matters, all rendered somehow less urgent by the soporific effects of the hot water. But the most distinctive aspect of Roman bathing is yet to come. A bath attendant approaches, carrying a small bronze flask of olive oil and one of those curious curved implements called a strigil. The Romans don't use soap. That invention belongs to other cultures and later times. Instead, they have perfected a different approach to cleanliness, one that seems strange to modern sensibilities but proves remarkably effective. The attendant begins by pouring olive oil onto your skin. Warm oil that has been scented with herbs and flowers. His hands work the oil into your arms, your back, your chest, creating a slick coating that glistens in the steamy air. The oil smells of Mediterranean hillsides, of ancient groves where olives have been pressed for centuries, of herbs that grow wild under the Italian sun. Then comes the strigil, a curved bronze blade, sharp enough to be effective, but not so sharp as to cut. The attendant draws it across your oil-slicked skin with firm, steady strokes, scraping away not just the oil, but weeks of accumulated dirt, dead skin, and the general grime of urban life. The sensation is unlike anything you've experienced, slightly uncomfortable at first, then oddly satisfying as you feel layers of debris being removed from your body. The sound of the strigil is distinctive, a rhythmic scraping that echoes off the marble walls, joining with the similar sounds from dozens of other bathers undergoing the same process. Scrape, 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 like a peculiar form of percussion, creating a soundscape that is uniquely Roman. The oil and dirt that the strigil removes collects in small piles that are constantly swept away by attendants. The physical evidence of cleanliness being achieved through patient, methodical work. When the scraping is complete, you feel transformed. Your skin is cleaner than it has been in months, smooth and almost luminous in the warm, humid air. The oil has left a faint sheen that catches the light, and the removal of accumulated grime has left you feeling lighter, somehow more present in your own body. The final stage of the bathing process is the frigidarium, the cold room with its pool of water so chilly it shocks the system like a slap. After the intense heat of the caldarium, the cold water feels almost violent, causing your muscles to contract and your breath to catch in your throat. But the sensation is invigorating, a dramatic punctuation mark to the leisurely heat that preceded it. You emerge from the cold pool, gasping and laughing, your body tingling with the dramatic temperature change. Other bathers around you are experiencing the same shock, their laughter creating a chorus of shared experience. The contrast between hot and cold seems to awaken every nerve in your body, leaving you feeling more alive, more aware, more present than you have in weeks. As the afternoon wears on, you move between the different rooms and pools, sometimes alone, sometimes in conversation with fellow bathers. The baths serve as informal meeting places where business is conducted, friendships are maintained, and news is exchanged. You learn about events in distant provinces, hear gossip about local politicians, discuss the prices of grain and olive oil with merchants who know such things intimately. In one corner of the complex, a group of intellectuals debates philosophy while soaking in a warm pool. Their voices carry the cadence of educated discourse, their Greek-influenced Latin marking them as men of learning. In another area, athletes oil their bodies in preparation for exercise in the palestra, their muscled forms glistening as they prepare for contests of strength and skill. The baths are also home to entrepreneurs who provide services that range from practical to luxurious. Here, a barber offers to trim hair and beards, There, a masseuse works oil into the muscles of a client who has paid for the privilege of expert manipulation. Food vendors circulate with trays of light refreshments, nuts, dried fruits, cups of watered wine that help replace the fluids lost to the intense heat. As evening approaches and the light streaming through the high windows begins to fade, you make your reluctant way back toward the changing room. Your body feels different, cleaner, more relaxed, somehow more substantial. The heat has opened your pores. The oil has nourished your skin. And the social contact has reminded you that you are part of a larger community of people all pursuing the same goals of cleanliness, health, and pleasure. The attendant helps you dress, your clean tunic feeling strange against your newly scrubbed skin. You leave a small tip, a quadrans or two, and step back into the street, where the sounds and smells of the city seem somehow less overwhelming than they did a few hours ago. Behind you, the baths continue their work, steam rising from their pools, oil being applied to countless bodies, strigils scraping away the accumulation of daily life. Tomorrow, you'll return to your cramped room, your difficult work, your constant struggles with the challenges of urban existence. But today, for these few hours, you've been reminded that civilization offers compensations for its difficulties, that even the most ordinary Roman can, for the price of a single coin, experience luxury that would be envied by kings in less sophisticated lands. You arrive at the Colosseum before dawn, when the great amphitheater still sleeps in shadow, and the streets around it are empty except for the occasional night watchman making his rounds. This is not the Rome of roaring crowds and blood-soaked sand. This is the Rome of silence, of stone and shadow, of a monument to human ambition that seems to breathe with its own mysterious life in the pre-dawn darkness. The building looms before you like a sleeping giant, its 4 stories of arches rising into the gray sky with mathematical precision. Each arch is identical to its neighbors, yet the whole structure somehow transcends mere repetition to achieve something approaching the sublime. In the uncertain light, the travertine limestone seems to glow with its own inner radiance, as if the stone itself remembers the countless hours of Mediterranean sunshine it has absorbed over the decades since its construction. Your footsteps echo strangely as you approach the entrance, the sound seeming both sharp and muffled in the still air. The guards recognize you. You are one of the fortunate few with access to the arena before the public arrives. Whether through political connection, professional necessity, or simple bribery, they nod silently and wave you through, their own voices hushed by the cathedral-like atmosphere that surrounds the empty amphitheater. Inside, the silence is even more profound. The vast oval of the arena stretches before you, its sandy floor, smooth and unmarked, raked into perfect patterns that will soon be obliterated by the day's events. But for now, in these precious moments, before the sun rises high enough to reach the arena floor, everything is pristine, peaceful, almost sacred in its emptiness. You make your way down the stone steps, each one worn smooth by millions of feet over the years. The marble is cold beneath your sandals, retaining the chill of the Roman night. Your hand trails along the stone railing, feeling the subtle variations in texture where countless other hands have gripped the same surface, where the natural oils of human skin have gradually polished the limestone to a subtle sheen. The scale of the place overwhelms you, as it overwhelms everyone who enters for the first time. 50,000 people will fill these seats before the day is done, their voices combining into a roar that can be heard across the 7 hills. But now, empty, the Colosseum seems even larger, its tiers of seating rising up on all sides like the inside of an enormous bowl, designed by gods for purposes too grand for human understanding. As you descend toward the arena floor, you become aware of sounds that the daytime crowds will never hear. Somewhere beneath your feet, water drips steadily, perhaps from one of the pipes that feed the fountains, or from condensation in the underground chambers. The building itself creaks occasionally, tiny sounds as the massive stone structure adjusts to the changing temperature as dawn approaches. These are the intimate sounds of architecture, the whispered conversations between stone and mortar that reveal the Colosseum as a living thing rather than mere construction. At the arena level, a wooden door opens to reveal one of the building's most remarkable secrets, the hypogeum, the vast underground complex that lies beneath the sandy floor like a hidden city. You descend carefully down stone steps that quickly disappear into darkness, the air growing cooler and more humid with each downward step. The smell hits you immediately, a mixture of dampness, old stone, and something else, something animal and wild that speaks to the purpose of these underground chambers. This is where the beasts wait. Lions from Africa, bears from the northern forests, exotic creatures from the far reaches of the empire, all caged in chambers that honeycomb the area beneath the arena floor. Your torch for artificial light is essential in this underground realm, casts dancing shadows on the walls, revealing a maze of corridors that seem to extend in all directions. The engineering here is as impressive as anything above ground, perhaps more so for being hidden from public view. Stone archways support the enormous weight of the arena floor above, while carefully planned drainage systems carry away the water that would otherwise flood these chambers during Rome's rainy season. You follow one of the main corridors, your footsteps echoing off stone walls that weep with moisture. The ceiling is low here, barely high enough for a tall man to walk upright, creating a sense of compression that makes the vast spaces above seem even more remarkable by contrast. Along the walls, iron rings are set into the stone, attachment points for the pulleys and counterweights that operate the arena's most dramatic feature. The lift system is a marvel of Roman engineering. A series of manual elevators powered by slaves and counterweights that can raise wild animals, gladiators, and elaborate stage sets through trap doors in the arena floor. You examine one of these mechanisms in the flickering torchlight, marveling at the precision of its construction. Bronze gears mesh with wooden wheels. Rope and chain combine to multiply human strength, all designed to create the illusions that will soon dazzle the crowds above. But there's something melancholy about these machines, something that speaks to the human cost of the entertainment they provide. The slaves who operate them will never see the sunlight during the games, never hear the crowd's applause, never witness the spectacles they help create. They are the invisible hands that make the impossible seem effortless, the hidden foundation upon which the empire's grandest entertainment rests. As you move deeper into the hypogeum, the animal smell grows stronger. Somewhere in the darkness, a big cat paces in its cage, its claws clicking against stone. The sound is rhythmic, hypnotic, speaking of barely contained power and the tension of creatures taken from their natural habitats and forced to serve human desires for spectacle. You cannot see the animal, but you can feel its presence, its frustration, its dangerous vitality, contained but not eliminated by Roman ingenuity. The corridors seem to extend forever, a subterranean labyrinth that mirrors the complexity of the empire itself. Here are chambers for storing props and costumes. There are areas where gladiators wait their turn to ascend to the arena floor. The walls are covered with graffiti, names, prayers, crude drawings left by men who knew they might never return to add their marks to the stone. You read some of these inscriptions in the torchlight. Flavius was here. Victory to the blues. Remember me, gods. Each mark represents a human story, a moment when someone felt compelled to leave evidence of their existence in this place where life and death are daily entertainments. Gradually, you become aware that the quality of sound is changing. Somewhere above, the first spectators are beginning to arrive, their voices filtering down through the stone in a gentle murmur that will soon become a roar. The day is beginning. The machinery of entertainment is starting to turn, and the silence that has held the Colosseum in its gentle grip is about to be shattered by the demands of 50,000 Romans seeking their daily dose of bread and circuses. You make your way back toward the surface, climbing the stone steps that lead from the hidden world below to the public arena above. Behind you, in the darkness, slaves are already beginning to prepare the day's spectacles, checking the mechanisms that will soon lift beasts and men into the harsh light of public scrutiny. As you emerge into the growing daylight, the contrast is striking. Above ground, all is light and air and the growing excitement of a crowd that expects to be amazed. Below ground, all is shadow and preparation, and the quiet desperation of those who will provide the amazement. The Colosseum stands between these two worlds, a monument to Roman engineering that serves both the empire's love of spectacle and its genius for organizing the machinery of entertainment on an unprecedented scale. The sun climbs higher, warming the stone seats and beginning to burn away the last shadows of dawn. Soon, the arena will ring with cheers and screams, with the clash of weapons and the roar of wild animals. But for now, in these last moments of silence, the Colosseum seems to hold its breath, waiting for the daily drama that will once again transform it from monument to theater, from architecture to experience. You take your seat among the early arrivals and wait for the games to begin, but part of your mind remains in the quiet quarters below, where the true machinery of empire operates in shadow and silence, turning human ambition into public spectacle, one carefully orchestrated performance at a time. The walls of Pompeii remember everything, frozen in time by volcanic ash on that terrible day in 79 AD. They preserve not just the architecture of Roman life, but its most intimate thoughts, its fleeting emotions, its casual cruelties, and unexpected tenderness. Walk through the excavated streets of this buried city, and you'll discover that human nature hasn't changed as much as we might think. The evidence is written right there on the walls, scratched into plaster by people who had no idea they were creating a permanent record of what it means to be human. You stand before a wall in what was once a tavern, running your fingers over letters carved deep into the surface. The plaster is rough beneath your touch, its surface pitted and scarred by nearly 2,000 years underground. But the words are still clear, still legible, still carrying the voice of someone who felt compelled to leave their mark on the world. Gaius Pumitius Dipolus was here, reads one inscription, the letters carefully formed by someone who took pride in their literacy. It's the ancient equivalent of Kilroy was here, that universal human impulse to announce one's existence, to stake a small claim to immortality through the simple act of writing one's name. You can almost see Gaius, perhaps a young merchant or soldier, taking out his stylus and working carefully in the lamplight, ensuring that future generations would know he had passed this way. But move a few steps along the wall, and the tone changes dramatically. Samius to Cornelius, go hang yourself. Someone has scratched in letters that grow increasingly jagged, as if anger made the writer's hand unsteady. The message is crude, direct, refreshingly honest in its hostility. No elaborate curses here, no literary pretensions. Just one Roman telling another exactly what he thinks of him. The sound of the stylus cutting through plaster would have been distinctive, a sharp scraping noise that caught the attention of other patrons in the tavern. You can imagine the conversations that followed, the laughter or arguments that erupted as people read what their neighbors had written. These walls were not just surfaces to be decorated. They were the social media of their time, places where public opinion was expressed, grievances aired, and reputations made or destroyed. I made love to a girl here, boasts another inscription, the letters bold and confident. The writer doesn't provide details, doesn't elaborate on his conquest. The simple statement seems to satisfy his need to commemorate the moment. It's touching in its boyish pride, this anonymous Roman's desire to mark what was probably a significant event in his young life. You wonder who she was, whether she knew about this public announcement, whether she would have been embarrassed or flattered by the attention. Not all the graffiti is so cheerful. We two dear men, friends forever, we're here, reads a message that carries an undertone of melancholy, as if the writers sensed that their friendship might not survive the tests of time and circumstance. The words are carefully carved, suggesting this was an important moment for them, worth preserving in stone. Did they succeed in remaining friends forever? The ash that buried Pompeii has made such questions impossible to answer, but the hope in their words remains, frozen in plaster for eternity. The variety of voices preserved on these walls is extraordinary. Here, a complaint about service. The wine was terrible. There, a political endorsement. Vote for Marcus Cyrenius for aediile. He's the best man for the job. Some messages are tender. Health to you, Victoria, and wherever you are, may you sneeze sweetly. Others are brutally practical. Anyone who wants to serve themselves can go on and buy a wine jug. You move to another wall, this one covered with a different kind of writing, the careful accounts of a businessman. On April 19th, I gave a mattress to Novius Blosius. One entry reads, the letters neat and businesslike. I made bread for him on April 20th. These aren't graffiti in the traditional sense, but they're no less revealing of human nature. Someone has turned a public wall into a private ledger, keeping track of small debts and favors in a community where everyone knew everyone else's business. The most touching inscriptions are often the simplest. Marcus loves Spendusa. Someone has carved in letters so deep They must have taken considerable time and effort to complete. Below it, in different handwriting, and Spendusa doesn't care. The brutal honesty of unrequited love, preserved in plaster for 2 millennia. You can feel the young man's heartbreak across the centuries, his careful work undone by someone else's casual cruelty. Some walls preserve entire conversations, Romans responding to each other's graffiti across days or weeks. Successes was here prompts "so what" in different handwriting. Lucius Isticidius was here with Ursula, receives the response, "How nice for you both." It's like reading through an ancient chat room, complete with trolls and well-wishers, braggarts and cynics. The graffiti reveals the multi-ethnic, multilingual nature of Roman society. Here's a message in Greek. There one in Oscan, the local Italian language. Phileros is a eunuch, someone has written in Greek, perhaps thinking that using a different language would make the insult more sophisticated. Another wall preserves a drawing of a gladiator alongside his name and record. Celadus, the girl's heartthrob, fought 3 times, won 3 times. You run your fingers over the carved letters, feeling the marks left by the metal styluses that created them. Each stroke represents a moment when someone felt moved to communicate, to reach across time and space, to share their thoughts with strangers. The plaster still shows the scrape marks where the tools bit into the surface, some confident and deep, others hesitant and shallow, reflecting the personalities of their creators. What strikes you most is how familiar it all sounds. Strip away the Latin, remove the references to togas and gladiators, and these could be comments on any modern social media platform. The same boasts, the same complaints, the same declarations of love and expressions of frustration. The technology has changed, but the human impulse to share, to connect, to leave some trace of our existence remains exactly the same. A child's drawing of a bird is etched next to adult political slogans. Love poems share wall space with tavern bills. Sacred invocations to the gods appear alongside the crudest obscenities. The walls of Pompeii are democratic in their preservation. They give equal weight to the profound and the trivial, the sacred and the profane, the hopes and fears of people who lived and loved and worried about the same things we do today. As the afternoon light slants across the ancient plaster, the carved letters seem to come alive, their shadows deepening and shifting with the sun's movement. These aren't museum pieces or historical artifacts. They're voices, as fresh and immediate as if they were written yesterday. The ash that buried Pompeii preserved not just buildings and bodies, but the daily thoughts and feelings of ordinary people, creating an archive of human experience that spans the centuries. The walls continue to speak, their messages as relevant today as they were 2,000 years ago. In a world where we sometimes feel disconnected from the past, Pompeii's graffiti reminds us that people have always been people, that the human heart beats with the same rhythms across time, that love and loss, pride and petty grievances, hopes and disappointments are the constants that unite us all. Above the noise and chaos of the Roman streets, above the insula and the Thermopolium and the crowded theaters, rises the Palatine Hill, the sacred mount where gods once walked and where emperors now dwell in splendor that rivals Olympus itself. Here, in palaces that sprawl across the hilltop like marble cities within the city, the most powerful man in the world sits alone with his thoughts, watching the sun set over an empire that stretches from Britain to the Euphrates. You approach the imperial complex through gardens so beautiful they seem to exist in a realm beyond ordinary human experience. The paths are paved with polished marble that gleams like mirrors in the late afternoon light, reflecting the sky so perfectly that you seem to be walking on clouds. Ancient cypress trees line the walkways, their dark green spires reaching toward heaven like living columns in a temple dedicated to some unnamed god of peace and contemplation. The air here is different from the streets below, cleaner, perfumed with the scent of jasmine and rose, cooled by fountains that play eternal music with their dancing water. The sound of the city fades to a distant murmur, as if the altitude itself provides insulation from the cares and concerns of ordinary mortals. This is Mount Olympus made manifest, a place where the boundary between human and divine becomes meaningless. The palace itself defies easy description. It's not a single building, but a complex of structures that seem to grow organically from the hillside, connected by covered walkways and terraced gardens, by courtyards that open onto breathtaking views of the city below. The architecture is simultaneously monumental and intimate, designed to inspire awe, while providing spaces for quiet reflection and private contemplation. Every surface speaks of unimaginable wealth and exquisite taste. The walls are covered with marble, so rare and beautiful that provinces have been conquered to obtain it. Green porphyry from Egypt, purple marble from Phrygia, golden stone from Numidia. The floors are mosaics of such intricate beauty that walking on them feels like desecration. Scenes from mythology rendered in tesserae so small that the pictures seem to breathe with life. But it's the silence that strikes you most forcefully. In a city where noise is the constant companion of every citizen, the imperial palace exists in a bubble of profound quiet. The servants move like ghosts, their feet shod in soft leather that makes no sound on the marble floors. Guards stand at attention with the motionless perfection of statues. Even the fountains seem to whisper rather than splash. their water falling in measured cadences that soothe rather than disturb. You enter the palace through halls so vast that your footsteps echo like the sound of distant thunder. The ceilings soar overhead, supported by columns of marble so perfectly proportioned that they seem to defy gravity. Light streams through windows of crystal glass, a luxury so rare that most Romans have never seen it, casting rainbows that dance across the walls like captured fragments of the divine. The furnishings are sparse but perfect, each piece selected not for ostentation, but for its ability to create an atmosphere of serene beauty. A single chair of ebony and ivory sits in an alcove overlooking the city. A bronze brazier burns sweet-smelling woods that fill the air with fragrances of distant forests. Tapestries from the far reaches of the empire hang on the walls, their colors still vibrant despite journeys that have taken them across deserts and over mountains. In the heart of the complex, you find the emperor's private study, a room that serves as the nerve center of the civilized world. Here, reports arrive daily from governors and generals, from tax collectors and judges, from the far corners of an empire that spans three continents. Maps cover the walls, marked with the positions of legions, the locations of cities, the boundaries of provinces that exist only at the pleasure of the man who sits in this quiet room. But the study is also a place of profound scholarship. The walls are lined with scrolls and codices, works of philosophy and history, poetry and rhetoric. This is the library of a man who understands that true power comes not from the sword alone, but from the cultivation of wisdom, the pursuit of truth, the careful examination of what it means to live a good life in a world full of suffering and uncertainty. A writing desk of rare wood sits beneath a window that frames a view of the entire city. From here, the emperor can see the forums where senators debate, the temples where priests offer sacrifices, the markets where merchants hawk their wares, the theaters where actors entertain the masses. All of human life spreads out below, like a vast tapestry woven from countless individual threads, each representing a life that exists under his protection and authority. The weight of such responsibility would crush a lesser man, but the current occupant of this palace has spent decades preparing for this burden. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, philosopher-emperor, the man who rules the world while struggling to understand his own soul, sits in contemplation as the day dies around him. His face bears the lines of a man who has seen too much, known too much, carried burdens too heavy for any single human being. The emperor's personal quarters reveal a man who has chosen simplicity over luxury, substance over show. His bed is modest, his clothing simple, his possessions few. The greatest luxury he allows himself is time. Time to think, to write, to examine his own thoughts and actions with the unflinching honesty that philosophy demands. In a world where every moment brings new crises, new decisions that will affect millions of lives, he has carved out these precious hours for the care of his own soul. As darkness falls over the city, servants light oil lamps throughout the palace. The flames flicker and dance, casting shifting shadows that transform the marble halls into landscapes of light and darkness. The silence deepens, broken only by the distant sound of night watchmen calling the hours, the occasional hoot of an owl in the gardens, the whisper of wind through the cypress trees. From his window, the emperor can see the lights of Rome spreading out below. Oil lamps in windows, torches on street corners, fires burning in the forums and marketplaces. Each light represents a life, a family, a story unfolding in the great drama of human existence. The city breathes with the rhythm of a million hearts, all beating under the protection of the man who sits alone in his marble palace, contemplating the mysteries of power and mortality. The contrast between this rarefied world and the streets below is absolute. Here, everything is ordered, beautiful, serene. There, life is chaotic, dirty, desperate. Yet the emperor understands that both worlds are part of the same human tapestry, that his palace exists to serve the insulae, that his power finds its meaning only in its service to those who will never climb the Palatine Hill. Tonight, as he has every night for years, Marcus Aurelius will take up his pen and write in his private journal, not official documents or imperial decrees, but personal reflections on the nature of existence, the proper conduct of life, the eternal questions that have puzzled humanity since consciousness first awakened in some ancient ancestor. These writings, unknown to anyone but himself, will someday be discovered and treasured as among the greatest works of human wisdom ever composed. But for now, he is simply a man alone with his thoughts, surrounded by marble and silk and precious stones, yet as isolated as any hermit in the desert. The palace around him breathes with the slow rhythm of eternal architecture, its walls holding secrets that will outlive empires, its gardens nurturing beauty that will bloom long after the names of its creators are forgotten. The oil lamp flickers on the writing desk, its small flame casting a circle of golden light that barely penetrates the vast darkness of the imperial study. Outside, Rome sleeps fitfully, a city of a million dreams and nightmares, of hopes and fears that rise like incense from the crowded insulae below. But here, in this sanctum of marble and silence, the most powerful man in the world sits alone with a reed pen and a sheet of papyrus, preparing to confront the only enemy he has never been able to defeat: himself. Marcus Aurelius dips his pen in ink mixed with lamp black and water, the familiar ritual that begins each night's work. The papyrus before him is unmarked, pristine, waiting to receive the thoughts that crowd his mind like petitioners in the palace atrium. But these are not the thoughts of an emperor, not strategies for distant wars or policies for governing provinces. These are the reflections of a man trying to understand what it means to be human in a universe that seems indifferent to human suffering. The scratch of the reed pen against papyrus is the only sound in the room, a gentle rhythm that matches the beating of his heart. He writes slowly, carefully, forming each letter with the precision of a craftsman who knows that words, once committed to writing, take on a life of their own. The ink flows dark and smooth, leaving behind marks that capture not just thoughts, but the very essence of a mind at work. When you wake up in the morning, he writes, his hand moving with practiced ease across the papyrus, remind yourself that the people you meet today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. The words appear in neat columns, each character formed with the discipline of a man who has spent decades mastering the art of self-examination. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil, but you can. He pauses, the pen hovering above the papyrus as he considers his next words. Through the crystal windows, he can see the first stars appearing in the darkening sky, distant suns that have watched the rise and fall of empires, that will continue their silent dance long after Rome itself has crumbled to dust. The thought brings him comfort rather than despair. There is something soothing about contemplating his own insignificance in the grand scheme of the universe. The lamp's flame wavers slightly in a breeze that barely stirs the heavy curtains. The shadows on the walls shift and dance, transforming the familiar study into a landscape of light and darkness that seems to mirror the eternal struggle between wisdom and ignorance, between virtue and vice, between the desire for peace and the demands of duty. The universe is change, he continues, the words flowing more freely now as his mind settles into the rhythm of contemplation. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Each sentence is both a reminder to himself and a fragment of the larger truth he seeks, that happiness comes not from external circumstances, but from the proper ordering of one's own soul. The emperor's face, illuminated by the flickering lamplight, shows the weariness of a man who bears the weight of the world on his shoulders. Lines of care mark his forehead, and his eyes hold the deep sadness of someone who has seen too much of human cruelty and folly. Yet there is also a kind of peace in his expression, the tranquility that comes to those who have learned to accept what cannot be changed while striving to change what can be. He writes about duty, about the obligations that bind him to his post, even when his soul yearns for the quiet life of a philosopher. In the morning, when thou risest unwillingly, the words flow across the papyrus. Let this thought be present. I am rising to the work of a human being. Why then am I dissatisfied if I am going to do the things for which I exist and for which I was brought into the world? The ink catches the lamplight, still wet and glistening as it records thoughts that will survive the empire itself. These private reflections, written only for his own benefit, will someday be discovered and treasured as one of humanity's greatest works of wisdom. But tonight, they are simply the tools of a man trying to make sense of his place in an incomprehensible universe. A servant appears silently in the doorway, a shadow against shadows, waiting to see if the emperor needs anything. Marcus Aurelius waves him away with a gentle gesture, preferring the solitude that allows his thoughts to flow freely. The servant vanishes as quietly as he appeared, leaving the emperor alone with his lamp and his pen and the endless questions that plague every thoughtful soul. Death smiles at us all, he writes, the words appearing with fluid grace, but all a man can do is smile back. It's a thought that brings him strange comfort, the reminder that even emperors are mortal, that the marble palaces and golden treasures are temporary ornaments in the brief drama of human existence. There is freedom in accepting this truth, liberation in embracing the limitations that define the human condition. The night deepens around him, and with it comes the profound silence that only the very powerful and the very poor ever experience. The silence of complete solitude, of being alone with one's thoughts in a world that never stops making demands. The lamp burns lower, its flame growing smaller but more intense, like a dying star that blazes brightest in its final moments. He writes about anger, about the futility of allowing other people's actions to disturb his inner peace. How much trouble he avoids who does not look to see what his neighbor says or does. The words take shape beneath his careful hand, nor to remember what he himself ought to do. It's advice he gives himself nightly, a reminder that true strength comes from within, that the emperor's greatest victory is mastery over his own emotions. The papyrus fills slowly, methodically, with thoughts that range from the cosmic to the intimate. He writes about the nature of time, about the importance of living in the present moment, about the illusion of permanence that deceives so many into thinking that their troubles and triumphs will last forever. Each reflection is both deeply personal and universally applicable, the private thoughts of one man that somehow capture truths that apply to all humanity. As the lamp burns lower and the ink flows darker, Marcus Aurelius continues his nightly dialogue with eternity. The scratching of the pen becomes a meditation in itself, a rhythmic sound that seems to connect him to all the scribes and scholars who have ever struggled to capture truth in words. The darkness beyond the lamplight no longer feels threatening but protective, a gentle blanket that shields him from the cares of the day and allows his mind to wander freely through the landscapes of philosophy. Tomorrow will bring new crises, new decisions that will affect millions of lives, new burdens that only an emperor can bear. But tonight, in this small circle of light, he is simply a man with a pen and an endless supply of questions, seeking wisdom in the only place it can truly be found, within the depths of his own soul. The lamp flickers once more, then settles into a steady glow that will burn until dawn, illuminating thoughts that will outlive the empire they were written to govern. Sleep comes to emperors differently than it comes to ordinary men. It arrives not as a friend bringing rest, but as a stranger carrying visions, fragments of the past and future that swirl together in the twilight realm between consciousness and oblivion. Marcus Aurelius feels his eyelids growing heavy as the lamp burns lower, the reed pen slipping from fingers that have grown numb with the weight of words and the burden of ruling the world. The papyrus before him blurs, the neat columns of text becoming rivers of ink that seem to flow and merge in the uncertain light. His last conscious thought is a fragment of philosophy, a question about the nature of reality that dissolves into something deeper than thought, deeper than understanding. The lamp flame flickers once, twice, then settles into a steady glow that will illuminate the dreams of empire until dawn. In his sleep, Marcus Aurelius sees Rome as it truly is, not the marble facades and golden statues that visitors admire, but the living organism of which he is both the brain and the heart. The city spreads out before him like a vast body, its streets and aqueducts forming arteries that carry the lifeblood of commerce and culture to every corner of the known world. He can feel the pulse of it, the rhythm of a million lives, all beating in approximate harmony, all depending on him for their continued existence. But the vision shifts and changes as dreams do, and now he sees Rome as it was, a collection of mud huts on 7 hills, shepherds and farmers scratching a living from soil that seemed too poor to support even the simplest settlements. The transformation that has taken place over the centuries unfolds before him like a flower blooming in accelerated time. Walls rise from the earth, temples reach toward the sky, roads spread out like spider webs, connecting distant lands to the center of the growing empire. The dream carries him through the corridors of time, showing him faces of the emperors who came before. Augustus, with his calculating eyes and politician's smile, Trajan, with his soldier's bearing and conqueror's pride. Hadrian, with his artist's soul and builder's vision. Each man brought his own gifts and limitations to the purple throne. Each left his mark on the eternal city and the empire that bears its name. But it's the people who fascinate him most in these dream visions. Not the famous names that will survive in history books, but the countless anonymous souls who have lived and died under Roman rule. He sees them now, translucent and shimmering in the uncertain light of dream logic, going about their daily business with the unconscious grace of actors who don't know they're performing in a play. There's the baker from Gaul, his hands white with flour, his face creased from years of rising before dawn to feed his neighbors. There's the merchant from Alexandria, counting coins from a dozen different provinces, his ledgers recording the movement of goods across an empire that spans 3 continents. There's the soldier from Germania, homesick and weary, standing guard on a wall that separates civilization from the howling wilderness beyond. Each face tells a story. Each life represents a thread in the vast tapestry of human experience that is Rome. The emperor watches them with the tenderness of a father observing his children, knowing that their happiness depends on the decisions he makes in the marble halls of power, that their suffering is ultimately his responsibility. The dream shifts again, and now he sees the future, not clearly, for the future is always veiled, but in fragments and shadows that carry the weight of prophecy. He sees the city burning, its temples crumbling, its statues toppling into dust that will blow away on winds that carry no memory of Roman greatness. The vision fills him with sadness, but not despair, for he understands that all human achievements are temporary, that even the greatest empires are built on foundations of sand. But he sees other things too, ideas that will outlive the marble and bronze, concepts that will survive the fall of the empire and influence civilizations not yet born. The Roman law that brings order to chaos, the engineering that conquers rivers and mountains, the literature that captures the eternal human struggle between duty and desire. These will endure long after the last legion has marched off into the mists of history. In his dream, Marcus Aurelius walks through a Rome that exists in all times simultaneously, past, present, and future, occupying the same space, the same streets, the same 7 hills. He sees Julius Caesar crossing the Rubicon, his face set with the determination of a man who knows he is about to change the world forever. He sees Cicero in the Senate, his voice rising and falling with the cadence of perfect rhetoric, defending the Republic with words that cut deeper than any sword. The ghosts of the past walk beside the living, their transparency the only sign that they belong to a different era. A Vestal Virgin, from the early days of the Republic, carries her sacred flame past a Christian who will not be born for another century. Time has no meaning here. In this dream realm, where cause and effect dance together in patterns too complex for waking minds to comprehend, the emperor finds himself standing in the Forum Romanum, but it is not the Forum as it exists in his own time. Instead, it is all the forums that have ever been or ever will be. A palimpsest of history where each layer shows through the ones above and below. He can see the original market square where farmers sold their produce, the magnificent temples and basilicas of the Golden Age, and the ruins that will someday mark the spot where the heart of the empire once beat. A gentle wind stirs the air, carrying scents from across the centuries, incense from sacrifices long past, smoke from fires not yet lit, the perfume of flowers that have bloomed and died 1,000 times over. The sound of voices fills his ears, speaking in languages that span the empire's reach: Latin and Greek, Germanic dialects, and Celtic tongues, the musical Arabic of desert traders, and the clicking consonants of African merchants. In this dream state, the burdens of office seem lighter, the weight of decision-making dispersed across the vast expanse of time and space. Marcus Aurelius understands, with the clarity that comes only in dreams, that he is not the sole author of Rome's story, but merely one voice in a chorus that began long before his birth and will continue long after his death. The vision begins to fade as the first light of dawn touches the crystal windows of his study. The ghostly figures become transparent, then disappear entirely, leaving only the memory of their presence and the wisdom of their collective experience. The emperor stirs in his chair, the reed pen still loose in his fingers, the papyrus covered with the thoughts he recorded before sleep claimed him. But something has changed in the transition from dream to waking. The marble walls of his study seem less solid now, more like stage scenery that could be struck and moved at any moment. The weight of empire, which pressed so heavily on his shoulders the night before, feels distributed now across the shoulders of all who have served Rome, all who will serve Rome, all who understand that true immortality lies not in personal survival, but in service to something greater than oneself. The lamp burns lower, its flame smaller, but somehow brighter, like a star that concentrates its fire as it prepares for its final transformation. In its light, the emperor's face shows not the weariness of the night before, but a kind of peaceful acceptance. The serenity of a man who has seen his place in the eternal order and found it good. The first light of dawn touches the crystal windows of the imperial study with fingers so gentle they seem almost apologetic for disturbing the profound quiet of the night. The light comes slowly, tentatively, like a servant unsure whether it's welcome in the presence of such august solitude. It creeps across the marble floor in golden streams, transforming the shadows of night into the soft, uncertain shapes of early morning. Marcus Aurelius stirs in his chair, his body stiff from sleeping upright at his writing desk. The reed pen has fallen from his fingers during the night, leaving a small stain of ink on the papyrus where it finally came to rest. His neck aches with the familiar discomfort of age and responsibility. But there's something different in his expression this morning, a kind of peace that wasn't there when he fell asleep. The lamp has burned down to its final wick, its flame now barely larger than a candle's flicker, yet somehow it seems brighter in the growing daylight. The oil has nearly been consumed in its patient vigil, having faithfully illuminated the emperor's thoughts through the dark hours of night. Soon it will gutter and die, its work complete, leaving only the memory of its service and the words it helped to bring into being. The emperor stretches slowly, feeling the protest of muscles that have remained motionless for hours. Through the windows, he can see the gardens of the palace beginning to emerge from the gray obscurity of pre-dawn. The cypress trees stand like silent sentinels, their dark forms gradually becoming visible as the light strengthens. A fountain plays somewhere in the distance, its water catching the early light and throwing tiny rainbows into the morning air. He rises from his chair with the deliberate movements of a man who has learned to be mindful of every action, every gesture. The marble floor is cool beneath his bare feet, and he walks to the window, drawn by the promise of another day, another opportunity to serve the empire and examine his own soul. The view from his window encompasses not just the city of Rome, but the entire scope of human ambition and achievement. Below, the city is beginning to stir. Smoke rises from 1,000 chimneys as the bakers and cooks of Rome begin their daily work. The streets that seem so empty and peaceful in the darkness are starting to fill with the early risers. Merchants heading to market, slaves carrying water from the public fountains, citizens making their way to the temples for morning prayers. The great organism of the city is awakening, stretching itself like a giant preparing for another day of life. The emperor's meditation is interrupted by the soft sound of footsteps in the corridor outside his study. His servants are beginning their own daily rituals, preparing for the moment when he will emerge from his private sanctuary and resume his public role as the most powerful man in the world. But for these few precious minutes, he remains simply Marcus Aurelius, philosopher and man, alone with his thoughts and the growing light of a new day. He turns back to his writing desk, where the papyrus still lies covered with the previous night's reflections. The words seem different in the morning light, less urgent perhaps, but more permanent. What seemed like private musings in the darkness of night now appear as fragments of something larger, pieces of a philosophy that might outlive the empire itself. He picks up the reed pen and adds one final thought. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. The ink flows smoothly, the familiar scratch of pen on papyrus providing a gentle rhythm that seems to match the awakening pulse of the city below. This morning ritual, adding a few lines to his nightly meditations, has become as essential to him as eating or breathing. It's his way of bridging the gap between the private man who struggles with doubt and fear and the public figure who must project strength and certainty at all times. A gentle knock at the door announces the arrival of his personal attendant, a Greek slave whose discretion and intelligence have made him invaluable to the imperial household. The man enters silently, bowing low, before approaching the desk where his master sits. Without a word, he begins to prepare the items the emperor will need for his morning ablutions: fresh water in a silver basin, clean linens, the purple-striped toga that marks his rank and authority. But the emperor doesn't rise immediately. Instead, he continues to gaze out the window at the awakening city, his mind still partially inhabiting the dream realm he visited during the night. The visions of Rome's past and future linger like the scent of incense, adding depth and perspective to the immediate concerns of the present moment. He understands, with a clarity that comes only in these quiet moments, that he is both the most important man in the empire and utterly insignificant in the grand scheme of cosmic existence. The sun climbs higher, its light now streaming boldly through the crystal windows and filling the study with warmth. The marble walls seem to glow with their own inner light, and the gold leaf on the ceiling catches the rays and reflects them back in gentle waves that dance across the room. The palace is waking up around him, servants moving through the corridors, guards changing shifts, scribes preparing for another day of managing the endless paperwork of empire. Yet the emperor takes his time, savoring these final moments of solitude before duty calls him back to the world of decisions and consequences. He knows that within the hour, petitioners will be waiting in the atrium, that reports will need to be read and answered, that the complex machinery of government will require his attention and guidance. But for now, in this suspended moment between night and day, he belongs only to himself and to the eternal questions that philosophy poses to every thinking soul. The fountain in the garden plays its liquid music, and somewhere in the distance, a bird begins to sing. A clear, sweet note that seems to contain all the hope and beauty of the morning. The emperor listens to the sound with the attention of a man who has learned to find wisdom in the smallest details of existence. The bird's song will fade, the fountain will eventually run dry, the sun will set again tonight, but the search for truth and meaning will continue as long as conscious beings inhabit the earth. Marcus Aurelius closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, filling his lungs with the clean air of morning and the faint perfume of jasmine from the gardens. When he opens them again, he sees not just the city of Rome, but the entire empire, all its peoples and provinces, all its hopes and struggles, all its achievements and failures, and he accepts it all with the serene composure of a man who has found his place in the eternal order of things. The lamp finally gutters and dies, its work complete, its light no longer needed in the growing brightness of day. The emperor rises from his chair, ready to put on the mask of authority and take up the burden of ruling the world, but carrying with him the peace he has found in the quiet hours of night and the gentle promise of dawn. The sun sets over the Forum Romanum for the last time in our journey, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers across stones worn smooth by the passage of countless feet, countless years, countless dreams. The tourists have gone home. The guidebooks have been closed. The cameras have captured their final images. Now, in the gathering twilight, the ruins belong once again to the ghosts who have never really left, to the whispers of history that echo through broken columns and crumbling walls. You stand among the remnants of what was once the beating heart of the greatest empire the world has ever known. And the silence is profound. Not the empty silence of abandonment, but the rich, layered quiet of a place where so much life has been lived that the very stones seem to pulse with memory. Each block of travertine, each fragment of marble, each weed growing between the ancient paving stones carries within it the essence of Rome, not just the physical city, but the idea, the dream, the eternal human aspiration to build something lasting in a world where everything must eventually pass away. The wind stirs through the ruins, and in its sighing voice you can hear the conversations of senators long dead, the laughter of children who played in these streets 2,000 years ago, the prayers of worshippers who believed their gods would protect Rome forever. The sound is neither sad nor joyful, but something deeper, the eternal music of human existence, the song that plays in every heart that has ever loved, hoped, feared, or dreamed. Here, where Cicero once thundered his Philippics against Mark Antony, a cat picks its way delicately through the rubble, pausing to clean its whiskers with the unconscious grace of a creature that knows nothing of empire or glory, but understands perfectly the art of living in the present moment. The juxtaposition is neither ironic nor tragic. It's simply true, a reminder that life continues in all its forms, adapting and persisting, even as the grandest human achievements crumble into dust. The columns of the Temple of Saturn rise like broken fingers against the darkening sky. Their capitals, adorned with acanthus leaves, carved by craftsmen whose names are lost, but whose skill speaks across the centuries. Once, this temple housed the treasury of the empire, the gold and silver that flowed in from conquered provinces to fuel the expansion of Roman power. Now, it shelters nothing but shadows and the occasional bird's nest. Yet somehow, it seems no less significant for the loss of its original purpose. As darkness deepens, the electric lights of modern Rome begin to twinkle in the distance, a reminder that the city continues to live and grow, to dream new dreams and build new monuments. The continuity is unbroken. The same 7 hills that cradled the first Roman settlements still rise above the Tiber. The same stars that guided ancient navigators still wheel overhead. The same human hopes and fears that drove Caesar and Cleopatra, Marcus Aurelius, and the anonymous baker of Pompeii still pulse in the hearts of Romans today. You walk slowly through the Forum, your footsteps echoing on stones that have witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, the birth and death of gods, the endless cycle of human ambition and disappointment. Each step takes you deeper into history, but also deeper into the timeless realm where past and present merge, where the essential experiences of being human transcend the boundaries of centuries and civilizations. In the house of the Vestal Virgins, where once the sacred flame burned eternal, moonlight streams through empty windows and creates patterns of light and shadow on floors where no foot has walked for more than 1,000 years. Yet the space doesn't feel empty. It feels expectant, as if waiting for new ceremonies, new devotions, new expressions of humanity's eternal need to believe in something greater than itself. The Palatine Hill looms above you, its imperial palaces reduced to foundations and fragments, but still commanding respect for what they once represented. Here, emperors wrestled with the impossible burden of ruling the world while trying to remain human. Their struggles echo in every seat of power, in every leader who has ever faced the choice between personal desire and public duty, between the easy path and the right one. The ghosts of Rome are gentle ghosts, carrying not bitterness, but understanding, not regret, but acceptance. They have learned what all must eventually learn, that permanence is an illusion, that everything built by human hands will eventually return to dust, but that this knowledge brings freedom rather than despair. In accepting impermanence, we discover what truly endures: love, compassion, the search for meaning, the bonds that connect us across time and space to all who have shared the human experience. A fountain plays in the darkness, its water reflecting the stars like liquid diamonds. The sound is hypnotic, soothing, the same gentle music that has been calming anxious hearts since water first learned to fall. In ancient Rome, fountains marked the intersection of human engineering and divine blessing, the marriage of practical necessity and aesthetic beauty that characterized the best Roman achievements. The night air carries scents that bridge the centuries: pine from the hills, jasmine from hidden gardens, the clean smell of rain on stone. These are the eternal perfumes of the Mediterranean world, unchanged by the passage of empires, unaffected by the rise and fall of civilizations. They remind you that beneath all the human drama of history lies the enduring beauty of the natural world, patient and permanent in its own rhythm of seasons and cycles. As you make your way through the ruins, you realize that what you're experiencing is not really an ending, but a beginning. The start of a conversation with the past that will continue long after this journey is over. The stones of Rome will continue to tell their stories to all who pause to listen. The echoes will continue to sound for all who have ears to hear. The connections between past and present will continue to strengthen for all who understand that history is not something that happened to other people in another time, but something that lives in every human heart. The ruins teach their final lesson, not through words, but through presence, not through explanation, but through experience. They show us that everything passes, but also that everything continues, that destruction and creation are part of the same eternal dance, that endings are also beginnings, that in every crumbling wall and fallen column lies the seed of something new. The moon rises higher, casting silver light over the forum, and the ancient stones seem to glow with their own inner radiance. The city sleeps around you, but the ruins remain wakeful, guardians of memory, keepers of dreams, witnesses to the eternal human story that continues to unfold in every generation. In this moment, between day and night, between past and future, between memory and dream, you understand that you have not been visiting ruins at all, but walking through a living landscape where time had no meaning, and all human experience exists simultaneously. The voices of Rome speak not from the grave, but from the eternal present, where all stories meet, all dreams converge, all hopes find their home. The echoes in the ruins are not the sounds of endings, but of beginnings, the whisper of possibilities, the promise of continuity, the gentle assurance that what truly matters in human life transcends the boundaries of any single civilization or age. They carry with them the peace that comes from understanding our place in the vast tapestry of existence, the comfort of knowing that we are part of something larger and more enduring than our individual lives. As the night settles over the eternal city, the ruins close their eyes like ancient guardians settling into well-deserved rest, carrying their stories into dreams that will last until the next dawn brings new visitors, new questions, new opportunities to share the timeless wisdom that lies sleeping in every stone.